Not quiet. Ciao. Hi everybody, welcome back to another Space-tastic stream. My name is Antonius PRISMA and Space Mafia. Today is December 7th, 2025, and we're back. Hope you're doing well. Here we are. We're at somewhat of a decent time. Oh my god, I slept so much today. I guess I need. Hello. I hope all is well. Just got finished watching Dante's stream on Streamer Awards. Honestly, not a lot of surprises. Not a lot of surprises. To be honest, I feel like Mousy got a little snubbed. I'm not gonna lie to you, but that's all right. I feel like everybody who won deserved it, but I'm a little biased towards Mouse. I believe wholeheartedly. But hey, you know, it's a good time. It's a good time, and always good to today is 1 week till my new model. Very excited for that. I've got a lot of fun little things planned, and I've been working like crazy on it. I'm excited to be done with it, especially because this is probably gonna be my last one for a minute. So I'm looking forward to just getting it done, doing some other stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. I'm got a new. I'm working on a new just chatting background, which I'm very excited about. I think it's really good. Definitely gonna. I'm gonna miss this one. I mean, I'm still gonna have like I'm trashing it or anything, but it's been over 3 years. You know what I mean? It's been 3 years. I was kind of just like, you know what? Let's just let's do something new. Let's do something different. And so, kind of where I fell, you know, I was like, okay, what's something that I can do for this update that's like exciting other than just the model. And that was kind of where I landed. So look forward to that. That's gonna be same day. Saturday, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a lot of big plans for like Saturday's stream. Gonna kind of like put something together, and so it's a little uncoordinated. I apologize. Just kind of where I am right now, and you know, new model, new outfit, new pose. 300 layers are different. Some way, shape, or form. So big stuff. And then, like I said the other day, I think after that, I'm probably gonna focus more on short form stuff. I'm gonna keep doing streams as usual, but I think a lot of my time and effort has been spent, on my model, and I kind of want to get away from that. I want to do some smaller projects. I feel like making a model takes so much time. It is kind of like it's a commitment. So I'm kind of at the point where I'm like, all right, do something different. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I went to the doctor the other day for a routine checkup. And all is good. All is good. I'm healthy. The doctor was like asking me like like normal stuff, like do you drink, blah blah blah. I was like, yeah, sometimes. And she's like, how often? I was like, very rarely. And she's like, what you be drinking on, Tony? And I was like, some like some Angry Orchards. Like I really don't drink like. She's like, all right, I'm gonna just mark you as you don't drink, because that ain't drink. And I was like, okay, fine. I drink a little bit. I really don't though. Like I'm like on the cusp of sobriety, honestly. I just do not. I don't drink. I really don't. I really never have. I've never been to it. A part of it is a lot to drink. Like I just hate the taste, you know what I mean? I hate the taste of alcohol. I like going, if I'm at a party, I'll usually drink something, you know what I mean? I drink like very sparingly socially, just to help loose the anxiety a little bit. That definitely helps. But yeah, I really just don't drink like that. I also just don't. My thing is this, right? This is not knocking on anybody else, but me personally, like, I would not want to present myself as like sloppy drunk, If I'm at a party, I'm a little tipsy. I'm having a good time. I really just don't. I really don't go there. You know what I mean? I don't go there. I've never been blackout drunk. The idea of like, bending over a toilet and hurling just does not sound fun. I mean, it definitely can't be fun, but just like the idea of getting drunk enough to be at that point, it's like, I'm good. You know what I mean? I'm good. I don't need it. It's too much. There was a time where I was like at a convention and I was like, I had like a hotel drink, and that shit was like way, it was very alcoholic. I didn't realize like how strong it was, because honestly it went down like it was juice. That is the one thing. Like if something is good, like I will drink it, But even then, I was like, I recovered pretty fast. I might be somewhat of a lightweight. I don't know. But also, like, I really just don't. I don't get drunk like that. I really don't. There have been maybe 10 times in my life where I've gotten like a little tipsy, you know what I mean? So, and I don't drink by myself either. That's the other thing. Like cause like being drunk when you're alone is just like, I feel like sad. I feel very like why am I doing this? You know what I mean? And I get that some people do that like to cope with stuff, which isn't really healthy, but I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna pass judgment. You know, we all got our vices. You know what I mean? But for me personally, I just can't. Like, I'm just gonna be sad. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna be sad and drunk, and that to me is just not very interesting. Not very interesting. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I just don't. I'm not feeling it. But you know, if I'm at a party or whatever, you know, I get it. I'm a little like at the beginning. I'm kind of like a fish out of water. So I do drink just a little bit to loosen things up. You know, because I do thrive off of social exposure, but I think when I was younger, I was so like, you know, I feel like a lot of it is being bullied as a kid. You know, you're like, you kind of are just like, all right, no one likes me, so I'm just gonna like not talk to anybody, you know. And then when you get older and like people don't really bully anymore, you're like, what the hell? Like what am I what's the deal? What's going on, you know? So I don't know. That's my mindset. But it's chill. You know, I've been to my fair share of parties and people are like varying levels of drunk. I mean, I used to be, I really didn't drink at all until I turned 21. And on my 21st birthday, my mom was like, all right, just like try it. You know what I mean? So yeah, people would always be like, "Oh, you're lying," like, because I guess that's just like a thing, right? It's a lot of kids will like sneak alcohol or whatever. I was not one of those kids. I really wasn't, and that's not to be like a goody two shoes or anything. It just wasn't something that I was interested in doing. There were definitely like kids my age that would like peer pressure me into doing it, and I was just like, "No, I don't want to." And it's not to say like, you know, like I'm not, like I said, I'm not passing judgment or anything. Like that's that's their prerogative. If they're drinking, obviously, like there are some legal ramifications there, but like I don't know, because I remember I would go to like other kids' houses. Like we'd have like, I remember specifically we had like a homecoming after party, our class, and the the mom the mom was just like giving out alcohol and weed. I was like, what the hell? My mom would be so pissed, dude. Because that was my mom's one thing. It's like, all right, like if you do drink, it better not be, no other minors better be drinking in my house. You know what I mean? That was the thing. Um, but you know, it was never, like my mom never suspected me of anything because like she just knew. She knew I wasn't doing it. I was very I was pretty by the book. You know, I wasn't getting into really any trouble. I did have some like academic issues, but a lot of that was because of like ADHD. Um, I did get into trouble like a little like. See, actually, this is kind of embarrassing. Like, honestly, I had racked up a bunch of detentions, not because I was like misbehaving, but because I was always late to class. I was always late to class. And it was the point where like basically like if you were late, if you were late, not even late to like classes in the middle of the day, just like late to school, like, you know, not being there at like 8 a.m. or whatever. I think it was 8:20 was when we started. Um, you know, I'd show up at like 8:23 or something, and every time, every single time, I think you get like one or two this in the semester, and then um after that you have to do like detention, and detention is held every Monday morning at 6 in the morning, and the oldest teacher is the one who watches over it, and you just kind of sit there for like an hour um in silence. And I did that pretty much every week at a certain point because I was late every time, every day. um what's up, Mr. Hiker? Yeah, I was late every day, dude. And that, I know they like say detention is to like make you like you're supposed to like think about being like what you did, right? And then you're like, okay, I'm I'm a changed man now. I won't do it again. But that shit did not, that did not fix me, unfortunately, because I was still late in college. In college, it's like, honestly, it's more awkward because like I feel like high school, like it was like, okay, whatever. You get in there, you bring in your like tardy slip, and that's it. But when you're going in like college, it's so awkward because like there's just like silence when you walk in. You gotta open the door. It's so like uncomfortable because nobody really says anything. They just kind of like all acknowledge that you're there, but there's no like nobody says anything. So it's just like a walk of shame. You go in there and like you try to be sneaky about it, even though you know everybody knows that you're there, like that you're late. So like it's, oh, and then some teachers, like I remember I had one class where the door was like locked. So like the teacher would have to like open the door for me. That was like the most awkward. So honestly, if anything, that was like more embarrassing than like detention. I remember I racked up so many late, like tardiness detentions that like I had to do like community service in order to like clear them out at the end of senior year, because they were like, we can't let you graduate without like serving your detentions. I was like, bro, I have something that would have been more awkward if I went to a different college and another college students and teachers share bathrooms. I don't think that's that awkward. I feel like that's pretty normal in college. I feel like, I guess it's different. Yeah, I guess grade school, they have like their own bathrooms, right? But that's because like I feel like grade school students are evil in bathrooms. in college they really don't, like, nobody's disrespectful in the bathrooms, because most of the like bad kids that are like doing that kind of thing either are not going into college or they've mellowed out. You know, there might be like some of that like first semester freshman year, but I think they learn really quickly, like, oh, like, people don't fuck with that anymore, because it's different. Because I know, like, I've heard stories of people like removing the stall doors in like the like high school bathrooms. It's like, what? Trust me, it's had a moment when I went to the toilet in college to find out someone unhinged the door. Really? They be doing shit like that in college? I never had that issue in my college. I don't know. I don't know. That's crazy. No, I'd be so mad about that too, especially because like if I'm paying to go to college, yeah, it's not happening. My money is going to this bathroom probably. My money is directly contributing to fixing the bathroom that you ruined. If I get my hands on you, best believe I'm gonna say something, because that's crazy. I don't get that. In like high school it's one thing, but college is crazy. I don't know. I was at a moment where someone blocked the toilet with the free women's pads. They have pads and tampons for just in case there's, yeah. They blocked the toilet with the, you're not supposed to flush a pad. Or maybe they knew that and that's why they did it. Oh, that's terrible. I don't know. I'm always respectful in any bathroom, you know what I mean? I try to leave it how I came in, regardless of circumstances. Now, if somebody came in and did some crazy shit to the bathroom stall, I'm not cleaning up after them, because that's not my problem. But the bathroom will stay the same as when I went in, when I come out. Best believe, because somebody's got to clean up after that. I think especially because, you know, I worked at a job where sometimes I would have to clean the bathrooms, and that shit was terrible. I hated that, especially because people would do some insane shit in the bathrooms. I remember somebody shat in the sink. I was like, the toilet's right there. Why'd you go in the sink? That's crazy. And you know they had to sit up on there, you know what I mean? They had to like pick up their booty. And where someone once shoved a whole bunch of colored pencils in the toilet. This was in high school. What the hell? Nah, dude. Why? I don't understand that. I do not understand that. People's bathroom, some people will go in the bathroom and just like the devil will take over. I don't know what possesses people to act this way. I guess it's because like the water was a rainbow color. They got some watercolor toilet. Hell yeah. I just feel like maybe it's because it's not like monitored the way that like everywhere else is, because you know there's like not cameras and shit. um so like I guess it's a little different. You know, like you don't get caught. But like I remember in middle school, people, like when kids learned how to do spit wads, that was like the thing. They take like a whole piece of paper and a straw and like, you know, bunch it up and then spit it on the ceiling, and you walk in and like it would just be like the whole ceiling was covered in them. And it's like, what? Why? I don't know, maybe their mama didn't raise them correctly, because the bathroom is sacred, dude. That's where, we all gotta go there. But I guess like kids don't really care about that. Kids go into the bathroom and choose violence. I don't know. I don't know if it's like if it's just a boys' bathroom thing. Maybe the girls do it too, but I don't know. I always thought the girls' bathroom was probably like a lot cleaner, because I feel like girls don't do that shit as much. I mean, they probably do it sometimes, but like I feel like that is a guy's thing, if I'm honest. But I wouldn't know. You know, I've only been in a woman's bathroom accidentally once, so I don't know. I don't know. But it's like, it's crazy to me. It's just like it's a sacred place. It's a place of worship. Worship. The only real way to deal with it, in my opinion, is to close the toilets until break times, or to have a person outside the toilet taking notes of entry. Yeah, you gotta have like an exit entry. That is wild to me, though. I guess that is like, you getting older is just like you don't understand it. But at the same time, like, I was never doing that. Like, even as a kid, like, I don't think I was thinking about it nearly as much, but like, that never crossed my mind. I was never like, I have a man with a clipboard that says you're on, yeah, you gotta have like a bouncer. Um, I mean, they used to have like call monitors for that kind of thing, but I don't know if that's really a thing anymore. Um, it's just crazy. Leave these bathrooms alone, man. I would, these kids would hate for me to be a janitor at a grade school. I would, ooh, I would be so mad, dude. I could not. God bless these janitors, dude. Kids are just evil. I don't know. I'm gonna protest. I'm protesting against protesting. Why are you doing that? Um, kids just kids just evil sometimes. It's not all kids, but like, something about being an adolescent, I guess it just instills evil within you. The young rebellious heart. And the rebellious action in question is to spit a wad on the ceiling. Oh, that's the peak of it. No, there were some, like, I will say, it's because they know they can't get arrested unless they do something dangerous. So yeah, true. Um, we would have some like crazy. A lot of the boys would do like some crazy stuff. Like, the big one was they would like turn everything in the classroom upside down. That was a huge hit. Kids really loved doing that. And it was like, okay. After like the second time, it's kind of like, all right, we like, let's come up with something different. Because it's like, you know, after, at that point, it's not very original. You're just kind of recycling the same bit. Like, it was funny the first time. It's like, oh, everything's upside down, and then the teacher's like, all right, everybody's gonna have to fix it. Then it becomes everybody's problem. That was always the worst. It's like, you would do something, or like one student would do something, or like a few students, and then the whole class would have to be punished for it. It's like, man, I didn't do shit. I just showed up. In fact, I was late. So I definitely wasn't here. And they're like, oh, well, everybody's got to do it now. Everybody's got to flip the tables back over because some prankster thought that it would be funny. It's like, all right, cool. Or they would write on the whiteboards. That was pretty harmless, though. I mean, like, you know, you just write something silly on the whiteboard. Like boobs or something, and then the teacher's like, oh, now it's probably 6-7. They're just writing 6-7. There's a time in primary when the school tried to force me to tie my hair, and ended with me breaking a door window by kicking it. It was around grade 3, and the window was made to not shatter. What the hell? That's of Colorado. In days of old, when men were bold and toilets were invented, men dumped their load on the side of the road and leave contented. Ugh. I could not do that. There have been times like where I've been on a road trip and my mom would just be like, just pee on the side of the road. It's like, girl, I ain't doing that. What am I? Fucking Neanderthal? I see another this time. Another rhyme. I think you just did one. I don't know. We had this one teacher who was like very autistic and would just like vocal stim all the time. He was interesting. And he would like overshare. I had a lot of teachers that overshared too much. I had a lot of teachers that were like, we knew way too much information about them. It was to the point, you know, like when kids will be like, oh, I found my teacher's social media. It's like we didn't need to do that, because this teacher would always like share way too much information about himself that was just like, we didn't need to hear that. Like he was very openly discussing his divorce, his divorce proceedings. To the point where it was just like, dude, like, I mean, I guess you bring it up maybe once and it's like, whoa, okay, he's a little comfortable with that, but like he would talk about it at least once a week, and it was just like, bro, I feel like you need like a person, like a therapist, maybe, bro. One of the kids help for vengeance. Honestly, maybe. He's hoping like one of us would like end up being like psychotic and like killer or something. I don't know. he was very open about it, and it always struck me as like very uncomfortable, because he was just so candid about it. And I don't know. Is the mix it up not working? Hold on. To be honest, kids are psychos. Just let the entrance to the cage drop and the kids will attack. Yeah, no, it's true. Kids are crazy. Like, I don't know. And it's crazy because like the minute that you go into college, like it all just changes. I guess I do remember like that first semester there was definitely like a handful of kids that were still like acting up, but I feel like that changed really fast. And I don't know if it's just like the realization that like you don't have to be here, you know what I mean? Like you can just like not be here. You know what I mean? Like high school is different. I feel like there's a little bit of leeway, right? Because like high school you're like, all right, I have to be here. The concept of high school is kind of insane, especially because like it's like 40 hours, you know what I mean? 40 hours a week and you gotta be there. Unpaid labor basically, and that doesn't even include homework. Um Being in a new school with new people, you tend to act differently at first. Yeah, true. But then college is like, all right, I only have to like, I mean, I only had classes maybe 12 hours a week. You know what I mean? Like it was way less. And like a lot of the classes were engaging. And if they weren't, I could just kind of like chill out on my computer or whatever, you know? Um, it's so different. It's so different. I always say, and you can choose your classes. It's such a different like landscape. It really is. Um, it's so much. It's everybody's chill. You know, everybody's vibing out. Um, I do miss college for that reason. I do miss it, but also I don't miss the stress that it gave me, you know what I mean? The stress of like finals and everything else. Just like, yeah, I'm cool with not doing that. I still have like nightmares where like I'll be in like finals. You know, that should definitely, I think, did some trauma to me as a young lad. I feel like that was a lot to cope with. But I feel like I'm so glad that I did it. You know, I'm so glad that I went to it. And actually, in my new background that I'm working on, I put my bachelor's degree in it. I didn't put like the actual thing, but I like drew it because I was like, it'd be cute, you know. I'm very excited to show you guys what it looks like. I really cooked on it. I think I've been showing the boys the updates. I wasn't sure if I was gonna like, this was kind of like a off the off off the base, off the what is off the cusp um decision that I made. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of tired of looking at this background. It's been 3 years, and I feel like my artistic abilities have changed a lot since I made this. And I mean, this wasn't even what it looked like initially. It was a lot more barren and empty. There weren't like a bunch of little details in it. One thing in primary school was we would get ED-way cards. ED. Erectile dysfunction? ED-way cards. They act as money you can spend at prize shop. The highest to spend being 100 ED-way cards. I found out that no one in my grade really cared for them, so I just asked for the cards and got as much as 500 and spent it on so much. What kind of stuff you buy? Is it just like school merch? What do they have in the prize shop? That sounds dope as hell. We didn't have anything like that. Yo, they doing crazy stuff in the AU. Um, we only had like a gift shop in college. That was it. That was all. That was all they got. Um, but yeah, I've been showing the boys progress updates, and they're like, "This looks so good." I was like, "Yes." Um, I'm gonna this there's a lot of pros of this background that I'm working on. One of which is gonna let me be a lot closer to the camera, because I feel like having this little seat here kind of made it difficult for me, because like I guess I could zoom my model in, but it would just be more it would look kind of weird, because there is like a whole ass chair. So I don't know, I wanted something that was a little bit more intimate, a little bit closer. So I spent it on ice cream day where our class got to have free ice cream, mini 8-ball table, another ice cream day. I can't remember the. Why would people not want to spend money from that? That's crazy. That's like, bro, an ice cream day for the whole class? That's dope as hell. And you're telling me people weren't rushing into the prize shop to spend money? I would be, I would have spent that shit day one. The minute I get the funds, I'm in there, dude. I'm in there. That's crazy to me. I love ice cream. I also just like, I don't know. Don't spend money for EDUA card. You get it by doing acts of education, respect. I see. I see. So it's like a reward based thing. That's kind of cool though. That's kind of cool. We didn't have anything like that. They were just like, you do good shit. So it's gonna be pretty hard to get 100. I guess so. I remember, see, one thing that would always piss me off, there would be like every year they have like, they'd reward kids who had like a perfect attendance, and that should always piss me off, because it's like that's such a, like, I don't know, obviously, like, yeah, like it's great to be punctual and shit, but like it always just made me so mad, because it's like, I know my ass is never gonna get this, because my mom, I got my, the reason why I'm late to everything, I think, is because of my mom. Not to say that like I blame all that on her, but like my mom would be like putting on makeup like 5 minutes before class started. I'd be like, "Mom, we gotta go." And other days it would be me. But there were some days where I was like, "Mom." I was like, "Damn, okay, so even if I was like super punctual, like if my mom made me late, either a nearly perfect attendance like 90% or 87%, well, it's also just like, what if you get sick? You know what I mean? Like, how are you gonna control that? You're telling me that you would rather me come to class with the fucking coronavirus, with coronavirus? I don't think so. So give me my perfect attendance. Acting like you want me to show up. I remember one of the kids got mono for like half the school year, and somehow managed to like still pass to the next grade. I was like, that doesn't make sense. But that's one thing I'm glad. I'm glad I was a super virgin in grade school. All these kids were getting mono, dude, because they just like start macking on each other. I'm glad I was a turbo virgin. Then why did you show up when the school was on lockdown from corona? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You do not want me showing up with fucking COVID, dude. You do not want me to do that. It's gonna end bad for everybody. I remember in 4th grade, this little weasel ass kid showed up with lice because he wanted to have a perfect attendance. And what happened? Everybody in the class got lice. Everybody got lice, including me. We all were so fucking pissed. And he was like, well, I needed perfect attendance. It's like, you should have stayed your ass at home with your lice infested forehead. Disgusting. Get the hell out of here. Bro had a whole nest full of lice on his head, dude. The concept of lice is so horrifying too. You just got bugs crawling up in your hair, like, ugh. I remember my mom had to get the strong shit, the strong shampoo that you get for lice. Fortunately, it was in grade 6 when they got rid of ED Way Shop. I never had lice. It was the only time I ever had it, and it wasn't my fault. It was because this goody two shoes went and got lice. I don't even know how the hell he got it, but he got lice and brought them to class, and then next thing you know, everybody has lice. This little punk ass kid gave everybody lice. You don't understand how annoying that's gotta be. Like, it's not fun. It's not fun to have lice. It's just not. Exactly. It's not an enjoyable time. It's itchy. Because you feel it. It's itchy. You know when you have lice. You know what I mean? You itch. That is how I felt. You itch. 4th grade was actually a very crazy, probably the craziest year for me in grade school, because I remember our teacher was like a super alcoholic. Like, they found her ass like hunched over. I mean, it's sad, but like they found her like hunched over, like completely like drunk as hell. Like, she had missed like 3 days of class, and they had to like put out a search warrant for her because she just, like, I don't know, she went on like a bender or something. And that was like mid-year. I was like, oh, ooh. This was because we had 2 teachers. We had 2 teachers every year. The main teacher and like the like assistant teacher. And that was the main teacher, and the assistant teacher, I've told this story before, that was the same assistant teacher that like got mad at me because I put ham on my face one time, and she made me write a letter. She made me write a letter to her because she said it was offensive. I don't really know why she was offended by it. She was just so like, she was so mad. To this day, I still don't know why she was so mad about it. But she made me write an apology letter. I think my mom still has the letter. I need to ask her if she can like send it to me, because I think she had it like photocopied. Because the teacher like faxed it over to her or something. She was like, why you send me this? This teacher really made me write a damn apology because I put ham on my face. That's the dumbest thing. That's the dumbest thing to get in trouble for. She gave me detention, dude. She gave me detention. I once almost became a drug dealer in primary school because I didn't know that my tablets were drugs. Just letting you know, no one told me to hand anything out. I just realized the tablets were helping me and wanted to help everyone else too. But you didn't know. You were young. I feel like that's innocent. Free my boy. Well, what happened? Did somebody like tell you like no, don't do that? They said don't don't do that, bro. Hold on, I'm gonna turn the heater off. I'm hot. Thankfully, no one wanted my tablet. I feel like when you're a kid, you don't really think about that. That's like some high school shit. High school, college. I remember there were some kids that found out that I like was taking stimulants in college and they were like, "You want to slide me one or two?" I was like, "No." I need those. Cause they're strict about it. You know what I mean? Like you can't skimp a couple days. They'll raise an eyebrow at you. The pharmacy. They'll be like, "Nope. You can't get this until this day." And it's like 2 days within the time that you run out, which is so annoying. That's why I always run out, because I always put it off to the last minute. You know, because of the ADHD. The very thing that I'm taking pills for, mind you. It's not a good system. It's not a good system. But like but there are kids in college, you know, because that's like a big thing, right? You know, Adderall especially. A lot of college kids will like take Adderall when they're not supposed to. Um, Also taking tablets for ADHD. Let's go. What you taking? What you taking? I'm on that Concerta. Ritalin? Okay, period. Ritalin. I've heard good things. I mean, they're all kind of the same thing, right? But um it's not like they're not as varied like an antidepressant is, but you know, because I a couple years ago I switched from Vyvanse to Concerta and there was like no difference. And I was like, all right, cool. I'm just taking them. Dude. Because there was a Vyvanse shortage. It's like, what do you mean there's a shortage? Just make some more. I know that's not how it works, but what do you mean? Just make some more. I don't like, it's just like medicine. We're experiencing a shortage. Okay, so make some more. What do you mean there's a shortage? Get out of here. Once took 17 Ritalin because I was told they helped, but not told I should only take one. Oh my god. I know that was a crazy day. No, I know people will be like, oh, it's addictive. I've never got, maybe I just don't have an addictive personality. I don't know. I mean, I guess you do get pretty tolerant to them, though. Like, I definitely have built tolerance to my dosage, but I still notice a big difference. You know what I mean? I know it's a big difference when I'm on it versus not on it. To the point where I'm like, all right, I'm taking it. When I was little, I would not. I hated taking pills just because like I didn't want to. And my mom tried everything. My mom would like crush it into like ice cream and I would not take it. Just cause like I just didn't want to. That was how like bratty I was. I was so stuck up. I just didn't want to do it. And I don't really understand the addiction to vapes. I tried one and I hated the first puff. Well, I feel like a lot of addiction is like, a lot of it has to do with like you're going through something, right? You know, you kind of have to be like predisposed to that, because like I don't think the point of it is like enjoying it necessarily as much as it is like the relief that it gives you, right? So if you don't really have anything to relieve you from, it's not really gonna do much for you, you know what I mean? Like you probably already get like, you know, natural highs from like, you know, doing like martial arts and stuff, right? I feel like you gotta have that like that need, right? That's kind of how it starts. I mean, you can get like peer pressured into it too, but like if you're getting peer pressured, chances are you're probably in a, you know, questionable environment in the first place. So I don't know. That's my take. But like, no, my thing was I would always pretend I would put it in my mouth and then pretend to swallow, and then my trick was I throw it down the air vent, and I thought it was so sneaky until one day my mom was like cleaning out the air vent because it was like, you know, there were like a bunch of pills in there. And my mom was like, Antonius Drosera, why are there 100 pills in the air vent? I'd be like, uh-oh. I would throw a lot of shit in the air vent, to be honest with you, though. Like, I use that shit as a trash can. And yes, I know that's bad, but like, I just would throw stuff down there because it was the elusiveness of it. I don't know. It was like a portal to nowhere. You just threw something in the air vent and it's out of sight, out of mind. I throw like little Hot Wheels down there. I throw like Cheeto Puffs down there. You know, because I like to hear like the sound. The amount of high school to primary people on the bus that puff, you would be surprised. No, I have heard, yeah, I've heard that's a big thing. It wasn't as big when I was in grade school, but it kind of started getting bigger in college. The van is an addict. He forced me at gunpoint. It was crazy. I threw a lot of shit down there. And then my mom would flush. I would flush a lot of stuff that I was not supposed to flush. I'll never forget. My mom took I don't remember what it's called, but it's like some tool that you like put in the toilet to like clean it out. Not a clog. It's like one of those long things that you put all the way down the drain. I remember she called me in at like midnight when I was like 12, and she had the most like angry face, and that changed me. I think I had never seen my mom so angry. She pulled like a sock out of the drain, and she was like, never do this again. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mom. Once Derek could go in. No, she was like, she's pissed. And honestly, I don't blame her, because like she probably really had to go deep in the drain to get that out. But she was like, she's pissed, dude. That's it. Honestly, you don't need to spank. If you just have like a mom that like is usually like chill, suddenly like, Mom, the toilet trolley lives on there. You have a mom that's usually chill, and then she like switches up, that humanizes you. You're like, oh, okay, I can't do this, because now I'm scared. Now I've seen what my mom is like when she's like angry. I remember my mom would take so we had like, I don't know if this is a thing outside the States, but we'd have these things called parent teacher meetings, right? And so it would happen like once a semester, and it would be basically what it sounds like, right? It's like the teacher and the parent would come together, and like talk about progress. I hated those. Okay, so it's not just an American thing. Okay. And I would have had to been like 6. and no older. Um, and six or a year above six. Um, and I remember my sister was there as well, right? My sister is 3 years younger than me, so if I was 6, she would have been 3. Um, it wasn't the most behaved kids, to say the least. Yeah, true. Well, every kid had like the meeting. It was just, it depends on how behaved you were. Um, but my mom, this was my parents were like freshly divorced at the time. Um, and we all went 6, 7. Such a fat fucking chud. Um, my sister and I went as well. Usually the kid would go, right? But I remember, for context, my mom my mom was like staunchly against spanking, right? I was never spanked as a kid. Um, no worries, Mr. Hiker. Um, I was never spanked as a kid. That's probably why I'm the captain of a mafia now. I'm just playing. I mean, I feel like spanking is bad, right? But I'm not gonna be like, I know that there's like kind of a cultural thing with that, right? So I'm never gonna be like, I'm not gonna like judge too much, but just so y'all know where I stand on it. If I had kids, I would not spank them. You know what I mean? I probably would. I'd put them in the timeout chair. That's what I'd do. I'd take the super nanny approach. That was always the naughty chair. You're going to the naughty chair for 5 minutes. That's kind of what we did. My mom would take away my computer privileges for a day if I ever did something bad. That was usually what happened. I remember one time I told my sister to calm her tits. And my mom got so mad. We were like driving to school and she was like, okay, that's a day. That's a day. No computer for a day. And that was lethal to me, dude. That would send me, I would immediately like, I'd start crying because I'd be like, no, I need to do my dailies on Maple Story. You don't understand. She'd be like, well, they're gonna have to wait for tomorrow. That was my punishment. And she knew. She knew it. She knew it ruined me, dude. But anyway, so we were at the parent teacher conference, and I remember, I don't know what the context was, but like, I was not spanked either, but I think most of that was because I'm the second child, so my mom learned a lot from raising my brother. That is true. I feel like you do learn after you have one kid. You learn like what works and what doesn't, right? You probably have like some experience, like somebody's probably like helped you learn the first time around, but once you have that first-hand experience, it's like, all right, now I know. And my dad was like, that was one thing that my dad and my mom really disagreed on, was like, okay, my dad was like, let's spank, and my mom was like, no. So that was like a big thing, and this was like a very big test of that, because I remember, and they were literally talking about how well behaved I was this semester. I went up to my sister, who was just like chilling in her chair. I went up and I reeled back and I smacked her right across the face. And everybody in the room, my mom, my dad, both of my teachers, like turned and like looked at me. And my mom, oh my God,
My mom looked like she was about to kill me, dude. She looked like she was about to murder me. And like the restraint this woman had to be like, okay, we'll deal with that later, and then turn back and like continue to talk to my teachers. Oh my god. I I had an earful on the way home. That was probably the most uncomfortable car ride I had ever had. I remember my dad like hugged me right, like right as we were parting. And was like, good luck. I was like, ooh, because I knew I was gonna get it. And even then, my mom still didn't spank me, but I felt the fear. I felt the fear of God that evening. There was there was a lot of what's some RV. I was so like it was moments like that where I was like, damn, I am I can't be bad. I can't be a bad kid. I think my parents raised me pretty well. You know what I mean? I would never, obviously would never. You want me to go to Twitch to watch you? You can do whatever you want, whatever you're comfortable with. Um, but Diving that hooked it. Thank you for helping him win that argument. Yeah, for real. My dad was like, "Man, you gonna change her mind now?" Oh my god, it really is. Cause my mom is like, she's she's very like non-confrontational, but if we're bad, it's it's bad. You know what I mean? I would be scared of my mom if I ever did something bad because I knew I was gonna get it. But still didn't spank me. You know what I mean? So there's definitely ways to do it. I'm not saying it's. I feel like spanking is one of those things where it's like it does feel like the easy way out of like punishing a kid, but you got to think about the like implications that that has, right? You're kind of like telling your kid like this is how we deal with things, right? And that's probably not good, you know. I think a lot of it is why I'm not a very like aggressive, violent person. It's like, I've gotten especially like in high school. I remember I got punched, right? I got punched by a guy um for like really no reason, honestly. This guy punched me. First of all, we were in art class and this man like he saw my mom, who's a very pretty woman, especially for her age. I feel like she's very youthful, all natural. Thank you very much. My mom is, we got great genes in the family. um Not on some like Sydney Sweeney type shit, but you know what I mean. We're very youthful. um that's why I know I'm not gonna like I'm still gonna peak when I'm like 50. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be fucking like youthful as hell. This 36-year-old man still looks 17. That kind of joint. um but he was like, yo, Tony, your mom's a MILF. I was like, don't talk about my mom like that, like, ew, why would you say that? He's like, it's true. And I was like, shut up. I literally just was like, shut up. And then he just was like, you're gonna tell me to shut up? I was like, it was like the most Dar man ass conversation. And I was like, yeah, like, don't say that about my mom. That's gross. And then he fucking punched me in the face. And everybody was like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, that's I feel like there are people. What's up, Into Darkness? I feel like there are people out there that really just like that's how they deal with shit. And that really was like a moment where I was just like, we are very different in that way. Like if that's just your like your conflict resolution, I don't that says a lot about you to me. Like if you immediately just like resort into like punching somebody because like they told you to shut up, like we gotta be better about that. I don't know. That's crazy. Punching somebody over shut up is pretty wild. Like there are definitely times where like you see like stuff on the internet where somebody like starts like a physical altercation and you're like, okay, you know, like if somebody's saying something like if anybody should have been punching, it should have been me. You know what I mean? Because like you're calling my mom, you're disrespecting my mom. I feel like I let him off easy because nobody's talking about my mom like that. First of all, that's disrespectful. Nobody disrespects my mom. Um, but like, how are you gonna punch me for telling you to shut up because you called my mom a milf? That's crazy to me. Like, you know you're in the wrong. You know, like, don't call my mom a milf and expect me to just be like, yeah, like that's crazy. Yes, I know my mom is a very beautiful woman, but that's still disrespectful. You know, if you want to say my mom is pretty, you can say that. You know, but like to this day, I still can't believe this man just like punched me because I rightfully told him to shut up. That's crazy. I had never seen this man punch anybody before that. My mom can definitely still be my ass, according to her. There's one time she restrained a drug addict that took my preschool class hostage. Holy shit. That's pretty badass. Damn. My mom is pretty, I mean, she's like average. She's average for like a woman, you know what I mean? She's like 5'6". Um, so like she's about average, but I don't think my mom would be able to do all that. 5'4", W, shout out. Um, I say that because like everybody else in my family is very tall. My mom is the shortest. My sister is like 6'1". I'm 5'10". My dad is like probably 6. You are all giants. We are pretty. I mean, I wouldn't. 5'10" is a little above average. It's not anything crazy compared to my sister. My sister is very tall. It's like 6'1", 6'2". But yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine calling somebody's mom a MILF though. I've definitely like had some friends who had some hot dads, but it's also different though, because like I feel like I'm a lot more protective of my mom because like I feel like my dad could fight. My mom, I don't know. I wouldn't want her to fight. I feel like I don't want to see her like get hurt. You know, I don't want to see my dad get hurt either, but like I feel like my dad he could rough somebody up, you know? But my mom, I don't know. She's too nice. She's too nice. She's too nice. I wouldn't want to see her like say she's pretty. You don't have to say she's a, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, I'd be like, yeah, thank you. She is very pretty. It's like, because that's like, it implies that you like you want to like, you know, I don't even want to say it because like that's my mom. but like, you know, it's like I don't want to think about that either. Like some punk ass boy in my class, like no. My mom deserves a real man. Thank you very much. Not some punk ass kid who is gonna like punch a dude just because they tell him to shut up. That's crazy. The aggression levels you gotta have to punch someone over shut up. There were kids in my class too that would like punch a hole in the wall, and I'd be like, oh my god, this is ridiculous. Maybe I'm just gay. I don't know. I was never like, if I punched a hole in the wall, my mom would make me pay for it. You know what I mean? My mom would be like, all right, go get you a job since you want to do maintenance on the house and you expect me to pay for it. That's crazy to me. I remember like there were multiple times where there were just guys in in my class that would just get angry and punch a hole in the wall. I'd be like, I'm a small twinker, so boys in high school used to beat me up all the time. Oh, I got beat up a little bit in middle school specifically. High school, most people were like, nah, he can't fight. Cause I was kind of like, I was pretty scrawny before I came out, and then I came out and I started beefing up. I started doing squats. I started doing squats, and then nobody wanted to fuck with me. That, and I also became in senior year. I was class president, so they knew not to fuck with me, because I was. And I don't even know how that happened, by the way. Like, I was never like a super like I don't want to paint it out like I was like a goody two shoes. I literally just talked about how I was in detention like that's crazy too. The fact that I had detention every week and was still class president. But I think nobody else wanted to do it. That's the thing. It just kind of came. It just fell into my lap, and I was like, all right, I'll do it. You know what I mean? I think a lot of it was just because like I was very involved in like extracurricular stuff. That was just something that I liked to do because I didn't really have a lot of friends in high school. So I was like, all right, well then let me insert myself into this. Entering high school, I was the biggest in the class. Oh my god. Something like that, you deserved it. Well, thank you. I mean, I just think that like as someone who is in detention every week, like I feel like that's probably not the greatest look. Then I learned that I reached my peak height quite early. Oh, you had the like early growth spurt. That's good though, because I feel like from the jump, people, you know, so by the end of high school, I was basically short as, oh Lord. I feel like that has its perks though, because like, maybe kids will be like, oh, he's gonna have another growth spurt. I don't know. They're like, oh shit. But like, I don't know, dude. I feel like I did enjoy being student council president because it was like it gave me something to do, you know what I mean? And also like there were other kids who were like chill, because everybody who's in the student council wants to be in student council. It's not like they're just like doing it. I will say colleges loved that. I reached my peak height of 5'4" in elementary school. Damn. There always was like one or two of those students. I remember there was like
one girl in my class who was like 6 feet tall when everybody else was like 4 feet tall. I was like, girl, if you don't get down here with your 6 foot ass being 9 years old. I think part of it was because she got held back once. That was like the year that it meant like growth. So like we'd be in like 5th grade and she would have been in 6th grade, but she got held back. So she was like, you know. But I don't know. Something about being like, I think when I was like sophomore year, I think I started to be a little bit more confident in myself, and then all of a sudden like people backed off. They're like, oh, he doesn't give a fuck anymore. Because I really didn't. Like, if somebody was like, oh, you're ugly, I'd be like, okay. You know what I mean? That is the thing. Because I had a lot of friends, like a lot of my friend circle were also people that just didn't give a fuck. So like I learned very quickly, like it was like the people that just, they would get bullied and it would bounce right off of them. And I was like, wait, that works? You can just pretend to not care, and then people are like, okay, we'll move on to someone else. Because I really is, especially like now that I'm an adult, I can't imagine like going back in a high school and like somebody trying like a tactic like that on me, and I'm just like, okay. Because that really is how it is. Like, but when you're like a kid and you're still struggling with like self-confidence, like it does hurt. I feel like that's something that adults don't really understand, especially because like I would always talk to like my parents and they'd be like, you know, it doesn't mean anything. But like as a kid, it means a lot. Like it means a lot when somebody else doesn't like you and they actively show that they don't like you. It is like, because you do care. You know, you're still like, you know, I would wake up and I look in the mirror and I see like all the things that people would make fun of me for. And that was like that was something that was constantly reinforced. You know what I mean? It wasn't because it was coming from other sources. It wasn't just coming from me. I was obviously like the biggest insecurity about my self-confidence. But like when you have that constantly reinforced by other people, you know, that are tearing you down instead of building you up, it does ruin you a little bit. And then you get into college and everybody's like, you know, they want to hang out with you. They want to, you know, that was the weirdest thing. Was like people would be like, oh, you want to hang out after class? I'd be like, me? You know? Because it's so different. College is so different. And then like, you know, that kind of changes everything, because you're like, oh, I'm likable. Like people actually enjoy my presence. And it's like people always did. It's just you focus so much on the people that are just out to, you know, fuel their own egos, right? Because everybody's going through shit. Everybody's going through it. Everybody's got something going on. You know, I truly believe that. Like, you know, if somebody is bullying someone else, like chances are they are just grasping for power that they may not have at home, you know. I feel like that is a really big thing. And like you get to the point where that kind of stops happening, and then you're like, whoa, okay, maybe I'm not ugly, maybe I'm not stupid, maybe I'm not unlikable, you know. I got really deep. I don't know. I just feel like at the end of the day, it's like there are always going to be people that say shit. That's also like, especially like online, right? A lot of these like punk ass kids that will be like, your VTuber model is ugly. It's like, okay, well, you're like 12. You know what I mean? Like, that's fine if you feel that way. That's fine. Um, I don't really value your opinion. You know, you start to learn that, like, okay, some of these people don't actually matter. I think you got to balance it, right? You got to be like, you know, I do hold the people that I care about to some regard, like, you know, about how they think about me, but I also like, if I worry about that too much, then it's unhealthy, right? But I also just don't care about what like the average person walking down the street thinks about me, because like they're gonna be gone in like 30 seconds. I'm probably never gonna see them again. So, you know, and that's kind of what I realized about like high school. Is like, I'm probably not gonna talk to most of y'all. You know, y'all are gonna be in like a completely different place in your life. Um, you're probably not gonna be very happy because you spent so much of your youth like making other people feel bad. So I'm chilling. You know what I mean? I'm good. I don't. I'm not gonna worry about it. But I don't know. Obviously, that's not to say like people don't suffer from like self-consciousness after high school. There's plenty of people that do. I'm just speaking for me, right? Like, I kind of learned into college, like, I put up a wall where I was like telling myself, like, I kind of was faking it until I made it, where I was like, okay, I am, you know, because I tried to just reinforce myself even though I didn't believe it. And I'd be like, you know, you are likable, you are, you know, attractive, you are smart, you know, etc., etc. Even if I didn't really believe it, I feel like, you know, there is kind of a power in just like reaffirming yourself. You know, if you tell yourself something enough times, you are more likely to believe it, even if it doesn't sound true, right? Um, so that's kind of what happened for me. It was just like, all right, I'm gonna tell myself these things because everybody else is telling me the opposite. My mom says that I'm nice, right? And that's an opinion that I really care about. Um, I'll be honest, high school was tough, but it mentally prepared me. Now being a 20-year-old, now I have to deal with guys that mean sexualizing me because I'm small and gay. They treat me like a novelty toy. I feel that. I feel that. I definitely, when I was fresh into college, I was still very skinny and very twinky. So there are definitely a lot of guys that were like pretty weird about that. So I can relate. It's like, but it's also weird, right? Because like it's again like a thing like, oh wait, I'm wanted. Like, y'all think I'm like attractive, which I think was like another kind of layer of it where I was kind of like surrounding myself with like dudes who really just wanted to get like a quick bone in. But like that was kind of when I was like freshly 18. I remember like I was on Grinder. Like, I would get home, I'd get home from class and I was just on Grinder like the rest of the night because I was like, the reinforcement was like, it was everything. And then I was like, wait, okay, these guys don't actually want me for me. They just want like the idea of me. Um, yeah, Grinder's evil. Grinder is self-harm. Grinder is a barren place. I moved to a new neighborhood
And everybody in this fucking neighborhood, I'll go on Grindr, everybody's fucking 60, dude. Which honestly I think is good. Because I don't want anything to do with a 60-year-old man. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with, shout out to all my senior citizens out there. It's just, that's a little too old for me. You could be my dad. I mean, older married guys that want me. No, for real. For real. They really got to do something about that. Grindr needs to, I don't know, they need to get like marriage certificate or something, like, because there were so many dudes that I'd be like, I remember I hooked up with a guy once and he was like, all right, you gotta leave soon because my wife is coming home. I was like, your what? Your wife? If I had known that he had a wife, I probably wouldn't be messing around with him. I mean, if he was like in a poly relationship, that's one thing. But like, if the wife is coming home and I gotta go, chances are she does not know. There were definitely situations like that. There were also, especially when you're younger, but even when you're not, like, as I'm slowly approaching 30, I got a few more years, but as I'm slowly approaching 30, I feel like there are still a lot of dudes that they'll live with other people. Maybe guys that want me to call them daddy. It's usually the other way around for me I think it's because of the voice. It's usually they'll be like, hey daddy. I'll be like, we are not, we do, that is, I don't know how I feel about that. I'm gonna be honest. I've had guys call me that and I'm like, I don't know if I like that. I get it. Like, I trust me, I get it. But like, I don't know about daddy. That's kind of crazy. I'm not that like, I don't know if I'm daddy status. You know what I mean? I like handsome. Handsome is nice. Because it's very professional. It's very innocent. Handsome. Baby is good too. I like baby. Baby. If a guy calls me babe or baby, that's pretty hot. I like baby. I like it. Stud. I like stud. Stud is kind of hunk. I like that. I'm down for that. You know what I mean? But daddy, I don't know. I don't know if I like daddy. Daddy's a little. It's assuming. It's assuming. Because I feel like daddy is like I'm gonna like punish you or something. I don't know if I'm gonna do all that. I know there might be some chatters that wish. Maybe. It depends. It depends, to be honest. Maybe if I'm close to a guy, but not like the first time. If you're just looking for a one and done, like, I'm too vanilla. I feel like daddy is like, okay, you're gonna tie me up and like do stuff to me, and I don't know about all that. On the first hookup is vanilla. I'm sorry. I'm not doing anything like kinky with anybody that I don't know super well. Because there's a level of vulnerability. There's a level of comfort that you gotta have, in my opinion. If you just looking for some like vanilla shit, sure. Daddy. Get out of here. Sometimes I'll have like a top that'll message me and be like, "Hey, doll." And I'm like, "Doll?" I've seen that a lot more. Doll. It's like, well, I'm not. That's like, my understanding is that's like a word for like trans women, right? Which is fine, but that's not me. I'm a dude. I think guys get really confused because like I wear makeup, and that's like, okay, so that's a trans woman. It's like, no, because I'm not even like, I'm not even feminine. You know what I mean? I'm very like mask presenting. It's just the makeup. It's literally just the makeup. That's it. You know, I'm like, it's the vibe that I'm giving in my model. You know what I mean? It's very like, okay, pretty face, rugged body. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to like, you know, a little reserved on the first hookup. I think it's because I'm small, so I'm a little nervous. No, that's understandable. I feel like hookups, there are certain people that like hookups are just like a, that is just like it comes naturally. But I feel like most people, the idea of a hookup is insane. Like, it is really hard to just like click with somebody and then immediately jump into that. Like, you gotta be pretty daring. You gotta be pretty brave to do that. I feel like it's not for the faint of heart. And there was a point where I did it, and like the adrenaline of it was pretty intoxicating, but it's also just like, I feel like afterwards it just feels so bad because it's somebody who just like really does not care about you, does not really want anything to do with you after they're done, because it's like the novelty, the novelty of like hooking up with somebody new is like gone for a lot of people. Not necessarily me, but like I think that is kind of the allure of a hookup, right? It's like you do it once with somebody, and then it's like, okay, I've experienced that person, which kind of sucks because like it doesn't feel good. It feels pretty bad to be like, you know, like you do feel a little used. That's kind of why I stopped doing it, because it's like, all right, I don't really enjoy this. It doesn't feel good. Maybe in the moment it feels good, but then afterwards you just kind of feel really bad, and just feels like, okay, great, I'm never gonna speak to this person again, probably because they've gotten what they want out of me, and then that's it. So I don't know, I kind of moved away from that because I was just like, I don't like this, I don't like this anymore, this isn't enjoyable. For me, younger guy hookups, I get used. Older guys are very respectful, just in my experience. I definitely can understand that. I haven't hooked up with like super older guys, so I don't know, I can't really speak from experience, but like I can definitely understand that. Like, I have had guys that are older that have like flirted with me and are a lot more respectful, and I think a lot of that is maturity. I think a lot of it is experience with just like being in the space for a much longer period of time. um you know, but it's also like I don't really have a lot in common with a guy who is significantly older than me, like, you know, 40s and older. It's like that's a completely different stage of life. Like late 30s is already kind of pushing it, you know, but I'm getting older, you know what I mean? So it's kind of weird though, being like 27 and realizing 47, okay, period. That that is an older man, for sure. I feel like as I'm approaching 30, it's like weird to think about being with somebody who is in their 30s, but it's also like, in theory, it's less weird than being with somebody who is like early 20s. Because like I am closer to that. But I feel like but I'm also not at that point. So I'm like, the idea of being with somebody who's like 32, like that's not that much older, but it's also like, it's above 30s, which is like a weird feeling. But I mean, I've dated some guys in their 30s. It's fine, you know. I feel like part of it is just like remembering like, okay, I'm 27 and this individual is closer to me than someone who's like early 20s. So it's interesting. I don't know. So it's a weird feeling. I don't know. But yeah. It is what it is. I don't know. I've kind of been weird about dating recently just because I moved. I don't have a car and I can't have people over because my landlord is weird about that, I guess. So I mean, I'm not gonna be here long term. I'm hoping to move pretty soon, so hopefully that changes. But God, it's very stifling to not be able to hang out with anybody, you know. It's frustrating because then the expectation is basically like, okay, can you pick me up and take me to your place? And that's like, that's a lot for people, which I get. So I'm hoping to either move or get a new car pretty soon. But yeah, damn, we've been chatting for almost 2 hours. Ace Attorney. What kind of car? I don't know. One that drives. I'm not super picky. Give me the most dingy ass car. I mean, I was riding in a mom van for like 3 years. You know, I got my mom's car. I inherited her blue mom van, but I had to sell it because the car insurance on that shit was ridiculous. Despite the fact that, you know what's crazy? The fact that being a man in his 20s makes your car insurance more expensive. I've never gotten into an accident other than like my first week driving, which I feel like is understandable because I was still new to it. And that was like a minor fender bender, and we didn't even have like, and the woman came out and saw me and was like, oh no, never mind, go ahead. She's like, I know this MF is poor. Yeah, it's crazy. And apparently if you're a guy, it's more expensive. It's like, okay, well, I'm not like these other dudes. I'm not like other guys. I'm a good driver. I don't speed. I go 5 miles above the speed limit, and I'm very safe. I go the same speed as everybody else. I'm very respectful. I don't get into accidents. I'm very polite on the road. and yet you want to charge me $900 a month for car insurance. That's insane. Who has $900 for car insurance? That's ridiculous. Get out of here. Foolish. Foolish. I don't get that because I live in a city. I have to pay more insurance. Yeah, that's also crazy. I guess you're more inclined to get into an accident, but it's like, okay, but what if I don't? I feel like it should be about hydra. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm a great driver. I get to point A to point B safely. You know, if I'm going to be late, I'm going to be late. What matters is that I arrived safely. If I'm speeding to get somewhere, I'd rather be alive, you know, than risk it. I do miss that car so much though. It had like little TVs in the, cause it was like my childhood car basically. It had little TVs in the car seats. My sister and I would watch. They had seat heaters. Nowadays, apparently they're charging. You have to buy like a subscription service for a seat heater. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. You gotta pay like $20 a month just for a seat heater. That's crazy. Which I get is a luxury, but like, you should not be charging subscriptions for parts of my car. That's craziness. No, sir. That is craziness. But they want to get as much money out of you as possible. I already gotta pay car insurance and gas and like a bunch of other stupid stuff. Now I gotta pay for seat warmers. That should be free. Every car should have seat warmers for free. And as president, I will. That's what I'll run my platform on. Universal car seat heaters. Everybody's booties should be warm. We're cooked. What my parents told me about the prices of stuff back then. We were getting screwed big time. Oh, absolutely. It goes beyond inflation. It's just like even with inflation, like there is shit that they should not be charging us. And also, I don't like that they're making like everything in cars like screens and shit, because if the screen is fucked, then my dad paid $40 for two. That's crazy to me. I can't. I'd love to pay $20 for a car. That sounds so fun. That sounds so nice. Oh, car insurance. Gotcha. I mean, that's still... Yeah, that's good. I was being charged $900. In what world? We shouldn't even have... That shouldn't even be required, to be honest with you. I get why it is, but like... I'm never gonna... 650 is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Because like, I know I'm never going to get myself into an accident. If somebody crashes into my car, that's their problem. I'm never going to get into an accident. And that's on period. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to do it. It's just never going to happen. Why? Because I pay attention to the road. My phone is off somewhere else. You know what I mean? I don't do that thing. I have some friends that drives me insane. So I have some friends that will do the thing where they got their phone in their lap and they'll like look on it. No, you cannot do that. Absolutely not. And I am annoying about it, because I'll be like, what the fuck are you doing? You trying to get me killed? So I'm looking for a sugar daddy. Exactly. Good luck. It's tough out here. I can't believe it. I'm not accident prone. I'm not gonna get into an accident. Willingly. Well, I guess nobody gets into an accident willingly, but on my own volition. If I get into an accident, it's somebody else's fault. And that's not me being like, not me deflecting, it's just the truth. I'm not getting into an accident. Because I'm what? A good driver. That's it. That's what it is. But you can crash into me as much as you want, because I'm getting paid. I'm getting paid at the end of the day. It's coming out of your wallet or your insurance's wallet, not mine. And that's why my insurance should be $10 a month. Doesn't matter, boy, pay up. Cause it's like, what exactly are you paying for? I'm never gonna get into an accident. So what exactly are you covering for me? That's just foolish. Cause like, okay, health insurance, right? Health insurance is like, I mean, I don't agree with the concept of health insurance either, right? But at least like it feels like something that the market has set up that makes sense. I'm not saying that it's right, but like it does check out in this economy, right? It's like it is very capitalist, but like it makes sense. Car insurance is like, okay, you're paying for the possibility of something happening. Health insurance is like, okay, everybody's got to go to the doctor. Everybody's got to, do their checkups and stuff. I'm not saying everybody does, but like, it is important to go to the doctor. I guess it depends where you live. I guess, but I just know myself. I know I'm not going to get into an accident. I drive a spaceship, for Pete's sake. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. It's not happening to me. If you get into an accident, that might be a skill issue. I mean, health insurance, I guess, yeah. I mean, health insurance is also kind of a scam, but like, we have built a society in which we have built a situation in which it's needed, at least in America, right? Where it's like, okay, if I don't have this, I'm kind of screwed, right? But like, it's not like, I'm in Canada, so it's different. I get that. Everybody needs health insurance in America because it's super expensive without it. It's like kind of a different concept. If you don't have car insurance, you can't drive. So, but that's because that's the rule that they made up. It's not like, I mean, they're both made up, but it's like for different reasons. One is like covering something that you are going to do, and the other is covering something that the possibility of it. The possibility of getting into an accident. But if I get into an accident and it's somebody else's fault, it's not my insurance's onus, it's theirs, right? So like, if I get into an accident, it should be my problem. That if I did the accident, if it was my fault. I don't want to rely on somebody else to pay for it if I have to pay them a dividend every month. That's crazy. I'm just saying. But I'm also cheap, so I think that's really the real reason. I just don't want to pay a bunch of money for something that I know it's not going to be needed. I'm just giving someone a lump sum of money every month for something that I know I'm never going to need them for, but I'm legally required to do it. I know I need health insurance. I know I need to go to the doctor. I know I need to get my medication because I need it. But a car, I don't think I'm going to need car insurance. You get me? I feel like I don't need it because I'm built different. I am not going to get into an accident of my own volition. And that's my hot take. We don't need car insurance. We don't need health insurance either, but we don't need car insurance. Insurance is a scam, period. I knew this. Animal Crossing taught me this when I was like 8 years old. When fucking Lyle showed up at my door and was like trying to sell me fucking health insurance. I was like, I don't need this. I don't need this. I'm borrowing money from Tom Nook. Should all pay a basic payment. Then if you get into an accident, you pay more. You shouldn't have to pay a high amount because people suck. That's true. It shouldn't. I don't want to be a statistic. I don't want to be lumped in with those rowdy boys that are always getting into accidents. I don't want to be in that statistic because then I have to pay more. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that some boys are stupid. I'm not a stupid boy. I'm a very smart boy, and I'm very safe. And despite being an evil mafia boss, I'm very safe on the road. Because why? Because the streets are deadly, dude. A car accident could mean death. I always wear my seatbelt. I always look both ways when I'm turning. I'm always following the rules of the road. I'm never looking at my phone. You know? I'm very focused. And that's hard because I got ADHD. So, you know, it's harder than most people. And yet I still make it. So, all I'm saying, I shouldn't have to pay luxury amounts just because I'm part of a statistic of drivers that statistically drive poorly. Because I'm not one of them. I'm built different. I am different. That's it. So are you a yellow light accelerate or hit the brake? It depends. Like, if I'm like a certain distance from it and I know that like it's gonna be fine, then I will accelerate a little bit. But if I know like there's a chance that I'm not gonna make it, I'm just gonna slow down. That's what I do. It is very contextual. You know, if I'm far away from it, you know, I'm not gonna like, you know, like I'm just gonna be like, all right, okay. But if I'm like, you know, 3 yards from the crosswalk and it's yellow, I'm like, all right, let's just go. It does depend. More often than not, I'm slowing down because I may have somewhere to be, but like I said, I'd rather be somewhere late than dead. Some people don't have that mindset. I don't get it. Because everybody got somewhere to be. It's just how bad you want to be there. I don't care that much. I'll get there. Maybe I'll be 10 minutes late, but I'll get there. people always look at being late as like disrespectful, and like I get it, but if you're like a couple minutes late, it's like, all right, is it really that serious? I'm 2 minutes late, you're gonna have a fit over that? 2 minutes, 120 seconds. You could go pee, you know what I mean? You're 2 minutes late. It's like, okay, you waited for me for 2 minutes and you're upset about it? Just tell them you're gonna be late. Well, that's true. Yeah, if you know you're gonna be late, you should tell them up front. But I do hate when people are like, you're 2 minutes late. It's like, it's 2 minutes. You'll be alright. Get you a little snack or something. Go pee. You know? Grab a glass of water. I don't know. I'm not saying your time isn't important, but if somebody's 2 minutes late and you're having a fit over it, alright. Let's be real. It's okay to be 2 minutes late. 15 minutes late? Okay, that's a little much, you know? They mad at you for being 2 minutes. It's crazy. 2 minutes. It's like, okay, maybe I should have ran over that old woman on the crosswalk. Would that have made you feel better? They really act like you hate them. There really are people that will be like, you have done a disservice to me on the same wavelength as shooting me in the face. And it's like, I really don't think it's that serious. I think you will be okay. I think you will live to see another day. It's okay. You will live. I promise you this. 2 minutes. Give me a break. I'm not saying don't make an effort to be punctual, right? But like, you know, just cool your jets. If I say I'm gonna be there at 6:30 and I'm there at 6:32, I'm weird. I always show up early and then sit in my car and wait. That's fine. I have met people that will like show up early to a function. Like I had this one friend. We're not friends anymore, but that's because she was like high key weird. She would like, I don't even know if I want to say it. She would like bait people into being racist. I was like, all right, that's weird. I can't be friends with you. But anyway, she would show up like an hour early. Like if I had like a party, she'd show up like an hour early, and I'd be like, what are you doing? Because like I'm still getting ready. He's like, oh, I just wanted to come early. It's like, okay, well, I didn't want that. I said show up at 4 p.m., not 3 p.m. If I wanted you to show up at 3 p.m., then that's fine. But I said 4 p.m. Why are you here at 3 p.m.? A whole extra hour. To me, that's even more disrespectful because I'm still getting ready. You know, I'm still getting ready. I'm still preparing stuff. I'm not in like a position to like post someone, you know, while I'm still preparing stuff. And like I'm in the other room, I'm like setting up snacks and stuff. Like that pisses me off. Don't do that. You're such a guy. What does that mean? I just think it's like, listen, I need the time to get ready. I need time to get ready, and I need like, you know, chances are I'm not even like my makeup isn't even on. You know what I mean? Like I need that extra hour. That the hour before is the most crucial time because that's when I've crammed all the extra stuff into that I haven't done yet. that I'm going to do haphazardly. The difference between the 3 o'clock and the 4 o'clock me is very different. That's just the truth. Very different. I get it, but girls always show up early, so you are so alpha guy. I guess so. Most of the girlies that I know show up late as hell, because they're probably putting on makeup too. So I don't know, but maybe. I'm fine if you show up like 20 minutes early, that's fine. But an hour is crazy. An hour is crazy, because you didn't need to do that. Alright. We're playing Ace Attorney Investigations. For those who are lost, my girlfriends always show up early and want to yappy yap. Oh, I love yapping with the girls. Not when I'm in the other room doing like. Ooh. Okay, where's my signal? Oh, I just turned it off. Or did I? Oh, it was never turned on. Okay, there we are. Okay, so why am I all the way down here? Oh yeah, the collab. Okay. All right. I'm gonna fill everybody in. Because we're starting in the middle of a case. So let's brush up because it's been a minute. All right. So the victim is Oliver Deacon. Ace Attorney, baby. Wait, my tits are out of frame. There we go. I gotta keep the money makers out, you know what I'm saying? So Oliver Deacon was found dead in a garage. That's kind of a sad way to die, I'm not gonna lie to you. The suspect is Mike Meekins, who was found just outside. Now our boy Mike Meekins, I'm saying he's innocent, dude. Mike Meekins, he did not do it. What's up, Reclusive Moth? Yeah. I'm saying Mike didn't do it, dude. I'm saying justice for Mike, free my boy. He did not do it. I usually say fuck 12, but he might be one of the good cops. He might be one of the good ones. Forever the Freak Out. This is one of my favorite seasons. I love it too. I'm glad you're here. We also met Kay Faraday, who I guess she's a thief. She seems to be helping us here. This is the kidnapping victim, Lance, who we found at the stadium. So I guess Oliver and a slut. Oliver, I guess he was it seems like he did the kidnapping, but then he got killed, so I don't know. Shilong Lang is I guess he's the head of the investigation on this case, and he's been kind of a thorn in our side. Ernest is the father of Lance. I think her name is a pun somehow, for a day, though I can't figure out what the pun is for. I don't know either. I always just assume that like the main characters are like don't have as much of a pun to their names. I feel like, but maybe she does. I'm always trying to figure out what the puns are, because like a lot of the characters do have punny names.
Dick Gumshoe, our boy, resident himbo, is the is our detective and also situationship. I don't know, Sheena, I guess she's working with Shilong. And then Lauren Pops is Lance's girlfriend. Emma Sky is a forensic girly, and security lady Wendy Oldbag uh, is also here. It's very possible I'm wrong, but like I can't shake the feeling of hearing Faraday as Faraday, and that means something. But I don't know. I don't know what it is. She seems interesting though. She seems kind of like she's taken the like Maya Fey character of this game. Should we go over evidence? I guess so. So we have the Gatewater Land pamphlet. Of course, their names are puns. Yeah. Um, Map and explanation of park attractions listed. I beat both AI games. I won't spoil. I will tell you she is unique. Okay, all right. I'm excited to get to know her better. She seems interesting. So we got these are the areas: Haunted House, Stadium, and Wild Wild West, and the main gate. So four main areas, I guess. Um, Blue Badger Bible. Okay, this is definitely gonna. I was saying this last time. I was like, this is definitely gonna come into play. Um, we got Proto Badger, Blue Badger, Bad Badger, and Pink Badger. Note her unique pink bow. Badger photo rally. There's only one of each badger in the park. Try to get the whole badger family. Bad Badger's head. Costumes separate into head and body. This head was left in the isolation room, which is where we woke up. Stolen costumes. The kidnappers stole 3 costumes: a blue, a proto, and a bad badger. Mr. Deacon's murder notes. Bullet entered his abdomen and exited through his shoulder. Body was moved somewhere. Somewhere. The lack of blood around the body suggests that the victim was killed elsewhere and then moved, which implies there should be evidence of blood at the real murder site. I'm not sure how the Blue Badger section was received in Japan, but it's brave for Capcom to bring that character back, is what I'll say. Also just being checked. 1 second. I will pull it up. Do 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 do. Mr. Deacon's pendant, it's shaped like a horse. Colin DeVore is engraved on the back, which I think we kind of clock as an anagram for the victim's name. You said gay boy detective, let's go. Oh right, I gotta put on my outfit, my formal fit. There we go. Mobile shop on 3 wheels was parked inside the Wild Wild West area garage. Victim's costume, he was likely wearing one due to footprints, shapes, and the lack of blood. Sorry about that. No, you're fine. I don't know why gay boy was marked. I mean, I am a gay boy, so that is correct. Handsome look, if I might say. Not saying it wasn't before, just different. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Letter for Lansamano. The sender is the Tender Lender Loan Company. Okay, I'm thinking the goth girly is gonna show up again, because I remember that was the case in the 3rd game, right? Where the with the guy who looked kind of like Phoenix. And the goth girly that was like kind of creepy. That everybody was saying was mommy. Case 3-3. Yeah. That was an interesting case. Details Oliver Deacon's real name and history. You got the Steve Harvey stash, bro. Hot gay detective solving crimes is hot. Let's go.
I'm actually really enjoying. I'm enjoying this spin-off. It's very it's cool. I feel like it's a lot more like Danganronpa with the with like investigating. I mean, that is what it is. It's Ace Attorney investigations. Whereabouts unknown after his escape from Penitentiary prison. That's a pun. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. He thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. Well, he did show up. He just showed up dead. So, I like that his weight is 123.45 pounds. It's like, alright. Very creative. Dominant hand right. Oh, that's definitely going to come into play. That's because they wouldn't just like say that. They wouldn't just say that he's right-handed if it didn't mean something. I feel like it's gonna be like, oh, it was his left hand or something. I just know it because I know how these games work. I like all of them. I'm a Professor Layton puzzle crime nerd. I've yet to dive into the Professor Layton series. I did hear that they're making a new one. I think I played one of the I think I played the Catriel one for a little bit, but then I got invested in the Danganronpa. So this is where the kidnappers planned their foul deed. Well, you were tied up for a while in the room next door. Hey, please, must you bring that up again? Now then, down to business. There might be some clues left in this room. Let's try to find out what we can of the other kidnapper's identity. Alright. So this is the... Yeah, this is the room that she... Not she was in. This was... The room we were not in. Because the room we were in, I think, was the one on the left. Beyond this door is where the kidnappers held you after getting the jump on you. Must you keep reminding me? But it's the room where I got to see your awesome new face. Why do gay boys love crime? True. Internet cut out for a minute there, so if anything was said in my direction, which I doubt, I'm not ignoring it anyway. No, you're fine. You didn't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. Why are there 3 coffee cups? Full of coffee. Who does that? What kind of insane person makes 3 cups of coffee and it's just like, I could go without it. You do not remind Edgeworth is bad. Yeah, that's for me to do. I wonder what this key is to. He got me. Reminds me of the key we found in the other room. That's it. This must be the key for one of those trapdoors. That wasn't a trapdoor. You only call it one because you quite literally jumped into it. Hey, but isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one? I'm not having this conversation with you. Cheap styrofoam cups. Okay, you don't need to... We get it, Edgeworth. You sip out of fine china. Maybe I wanted to. Thought of that, huh? Looks like only 3 cups were used. Well, you could argue they weren't really used because they're filled to the brim. What kind of insane people make 3 cups of coffee and just don't drink them? Folding chairs, and by the looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers. There are 3 chairs set around the table. Okay. 3 and 3. A poster of Gatewater Land is stuck on this wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige. Gatewater Land has it all, and it's awaiting for you. It's not especially catchy, is it?
Anything else? What's up, Rui? Missing anything? I like the logic aspects that was added for Edgeworth, but I do feel like it does fall into AA traps like presenting evidence. Yeah, I feel like a lot of it, what I've kind of just learned to expect with Ace Attorney is just like, you're not gonna get everything from the get-go. I've just learned not to make assumptions because I know that whatever my assumption is, it's gonna be the complete opposite. I feel like with a lot of games like this, like you can kind of like glean like somebody and like bet on it, but Ace Attorney, I feel like it is they make it so you expect someone's gonna do it and it's never that person. Sign advertising the photo rally, something I have absolutely no interest in. I don't know if I buy that. I'm not interested in it. Yeah, but I do. And I'm going to get my hands on the rest of the Badger family, you'll see. Only one case was I able to like perfect it in my first go. I was shocked, but only once. You always are ahead of the game too. Literally, yeah, that's true. What's up, Sasuke? She definitely brings a decidedly different atmosphere to a criminal investigation. Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth. The broken mirror probably came from the haunted house. Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it? Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state. Wow, whoever lined these up did it perfectly. They're not even a single hair off. I feel bad using these because it'd be like stealing the perfection away. I suspect it's more like you wouldn't want to be the one to put them away. That's probably true. This must be where they dispose of old and worn out costumes. That's so sad. It would seem that they throw the costumes away in pieces. I don't know what's stuck in my throat. Oh, they have barrels like this just outside. Yes, and? Say that shit with your chest. And? Well, I know I already asked you when we were out there, but if these were real, what would you put in them? There's an expected gleam in her eyes that I'm about to dash. Hey, there's a trapdoor in this room too. It's not a trapdoor, it's an entrance to an underground passage cave. I know that. The door leading to the outside world is locked, so Lance must have escaped his prison through here. This door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police who forced it open. Alright. The panel that hid the entrance to the underground is propped up and wide open. Be careful of where you step, Kay. I only fell into that other opening once, you know. Looks like a sword. A broken sword. Strange. Why would it be broken like that? I don't know. Swords don't usually break on their own. That's true. Alright then, let's think about it this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it for or on something. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later. That doorknob handle thingy is looking pretty beat up. I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way in with brute force. Damn. You can tell they really care about Edgeworth. If they're sending 10 police officers, I don't know, man. They love Edgeworth. They love that little twonk. I mean, I get it. He's important to me too. And to Phoenix. He's loved, that's all I'm saying. Hey, that's odd. The lock on this is completely fine. Look, not a single dent.
But how is that possible after what that officer told us? Yeah, the lock had been in use when the door was busted down, then the lock itself should be completely wrecked. So the lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How can that be? I don't know. I assume you're gonna tell me. Okay. Now, how about there is a trash bin for old and useless costumes? 3 cups. They were on top of the table. The coffee looks like it was poured today. 3 of them were set up. It's very likely that the kidnapper. Maybe we do the folding chairs and the 3 cups? I mean, there's 3 of each. Yeah! The common denominator between the cups and the folding chairs, 3, is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3. Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers. Indeed, something isn't adding up, literally. Is it possible there is a 3rd kidnapper that Lance can see? Interesting. I don't know. The door leading outside? Broken sword prop? Maybe the door and the sword? Door sword? It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine door lock and anyone can see that it was not in use at the time. I like this new graphic with Edgeworth. In the original DS version, the options hovered and avoid. Here they have a cool puzzle connect deal, though I do miss the cool light effect we miss. Oh, I haven't seen that. I like Edgeworth being in. I like watching him walk around. His little anime girl run. He runs around like he goes. But the policeman outside said that it took 10 men to get it open. A door that was locked tight, despite it being not locked at all. It can only be because of this. Oh, you mean... Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. Do you see how the handle is completely destroyed? So that's how the sword broke. Broken prop sword was used to jam the handle to the hideout's door. Okay. I thought that we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers. It's fun to run around as Edgeworth. It's a shame they didn't keep this game playstyle outside of us. I agree. I do really like it. I do. I think it's fun. You kind of like actually walk around and like also see Edgeworth. You know what I mean? Instead of like Edgeworth is hot. That he is. I agree with that. Own big finger, but no, it's fine. But instead, we've only uncovered more questions that need to be answered. Whoa! Ah! Jump scare. Into darkness, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the crew. It's the creepy one with no pupils. Ace Attorney jump scare moment. What is it? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct? I don't know what to give this person. What are you doing suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that? It is an underground passage used by staff members, sir. It's just nice to see the character on screen and just see where they stand. Your imagination can do most of the job itself, but it's just nice to have the visuals. Yeah, I agree. I always felt like there was kind of a disconnect. Like, I guess you're supposed to project as, like, Phoenix, right? But he's his own guy. Like, let me see. Especially because we see him, like, in the court, like, when it's the court segment. It's weird that, like, we only see him then and not in the investigation portion. I just always thought that was kind of weird. Also be the visual. Yeah, that's true. I just feel like if you're gonna have one and not the other, it kind of feels like, pick a lane. Preferably the lane where I can see Phoenix Wright. I'll have a piece of him, you know what I'm saying? Alright.
We badgers also make use of it in our duties. Look, why don't you get out of there first, and then we'll talk, okay? Ah, I beg your pardon, miss. Proto Badger, get. Alright, only one more to go.
What are you getting all excited about?
Did you forget? The photo rally, duh. See, look. Now all I have to do is get a picture of the Bad Badger, and I'm done.
Girl, I don't even know if they're doing the photo rally while there's an active murder scene happening. Ah, yes, I vaguely recall a contest or something of that sort. They keep first person and Great Ace Attorney. The animations in that game are next level when you talk about this series, but I dare not spoil those games. I actually just bought those games, so we're probably gonna play it after we finish these two. I'm excited because I've heard those are pretty good. But I've heard these are good too, so, and so far they've been good, so I like them. I just love Ace. I wouldn't be playing all these if I didn't enjoy it.
What? It's gone. But where did it go?
What happened? What's wrong?
Bad Badger costume is missing, sir. Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnappers stole it. I heard about how they were stolen.
I didn't finish the second game yet, but I got to the third case of game 2, and holy shit, that's all I'll say. I'm excited. Then, what's his name? Ryunosuke? He looks like a cutie.
They said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken.
What? He's saying that more than 3 of them are gone. Mr. Proto Badger, please tell me a little more about these costumes you use. What did you mean by a Bad Badger costume is missing?
Why, just what I said, sir. We are 1 Bad Badger short. Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times.
Okay, so because one of them is walking around in the park, the other should be in that room.
Actually, both of them should be in that room.
Huh?
What do you mean? Normally, we don't use the Bad Badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. It's the stage show where the Bad Badger wreaks havoc around the park.
He is a cutie, he really deserves the title of Phoenix Ancestor or Naruto. Stupid language differences. That finger point is so hot. Oh, the Edgeworth one? Or Ryunosuke. Yeah. I like Edgeworth. My bougie boy. I'm speechless that such a show exists.
Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you that that's the only time we use the costume. And doesn't that make it near impossible to take a picture of the Bad Badger? Personally, I can't believe that it's this close to showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I to do, sir?
All this someone died. All this basically means is that the kidnappers stole 4 costumes in total.
Then are you saying that there are 4 kidnappers?
No, I don't think that's very likely.
Oh?
Recall the costumes for a moment.
The stolen ones, you mean?
What proves that a 4th kidnapper does not exist? The pink costume? You had 4 people and you had wanted to steal a 4th costume. Wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal a pink badger costume instead?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And yet the kidnappers decided to steal another bad badger. I believe the culprits needed 2 bad badger costumes, but the question is, why? Maybe to frame one of the other one? I don't know. the Ace Attorney universe, nothing works properly in this series. There's a total of 2 judges. That's true. I guess, are we connecting again? On account for bad badger costume pieces. Blank. The second bad badger costume. I believe it may be closer at hand than we think. Reality, the park should be shut down. Yeah, I agree. I love that they're just like, yeah, business as usual. That's some like Disney World type shit. I feel like somebody dies at Disney World and they're like, well, the magic must continue. What do you mean? That costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say... The trash can I'm not pointing to. Would you say that it's wearing some very telltale pants? Hey, you're right. Let's get it out of there and take a look. No, capitalism is strong and well here. True. In Japanifornia. As I suspected, it's a bad badger costume. Well, minus the head. There's a... Looks like... Were they shot in the hand? Look, its hand is hurt. Looks more like something was ripped out off of it. That's it? That's all we're gonna say? I wonder why this bad badger costume's right hand is torn up like that. Maybe it's a flesh wound from a fight with the blue badger. I always knew the blue badger was one ferocious beast. I somehow doubt that even real badgers are as bloodthirsty as that, Kay. The 3 folding chairs over on this side. Can't say they were arranged nearly as nicely as their siblings to the right. Can't lose profit because of one stupid debt. True. It's not worth it. You think so? I think they're just fine, like a bunch of used chairs ought to be. I'm beginning to think you must keep a most chaotic room. Hey, don't slander and sigh at me all in one shot. Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state. The ones over by the table probably came from this stack. I don't know, Edgeworth, I heard honey badgers are deadly. Oops. Wait, which hand is this? This is the right hand. Okay, maybe not. I'm really trying. I know the right hand is gonna come in somewhere. Maybe not yet, though. It's gonna be the hole in the costume, though. That has something to do with it. It's likely wearing one due to footprints, shape, and the lack of blood. Well, there's no blood on this costume. Unless maybe there was, and they cut it out. Maybe the head. Okay, no. Enter his abdomen. Exit. Well, that no. a blue, a proto, and a bad badger. The pendant. The sword? Well, no, we already said that was used to jam the door. I'm trying to figure out what this hole is for. Why is there a hole in the costume? This is the bad badger. He has a gun in his right hand. No worries, Darkness. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good sleep. A viable criminal with a gun. So he has a gun. Yeah, I'm glad. It's 2:30 for me and I'm a crazy person, I can't sleep. I'm the same. Girl. Oh no. Am I overthinking it? I don't know. Because I feel like that always happens to me where I'm like, okay, it's not that deep. I'm an insomnia boy, but I gotta try. W sleep. When I read this part, gave me a lot of problems too. I feel like I have so many like I have so many like bits of information that like I want to plug in somewhere, but none of them fit into this. Like bits of information that I am clocking. He stole a gun from a guard during his escape. That's the issue. You have so much info and not enough holes. And yet this whole part is about a hole. Wait, okay. Wait. Is the... I don't think so. I was gonna say... Where's the picture? Wasn't there a picture? Or am I crazy? There was a picture of... Maybe that was they were just showing. I was gonna say is the gun attached? Is the gun attached to the costume? I believe what we have here is an inconsistency. Between what? Look carefully. Our costume is not holding something in its right hand that it should be. Oh, the gun. Precisely. The bad badger was designed to always hold a gun in his right hand.
However, you there, did you remove the gun from this bad badger's right hand? No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume, as I thought. The rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Proto-Badger, the gun is, of course, not a functioning weapon, correct? Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, it can fire blanks. We need to use them for the stage show. It seems that our kidnappers also had a need for the model gun, my dear costumed friend. Tiny ass gun compared to the hand. Was ripped from the bad badger costume. It's capable of firing blanks. That makes sense. I'm glad I figured that out. It looks like someone beheaded the protagonist from The Amazing World of Gumball. Gumball. Who is the protagonist of The Amazing World of Gumball? I cannot believe I talked about holes and didn't turn into a gay little. That's big maturity. W maturity. I think we're about done with this room. So what's next? Well, we found a few answers. But there's still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kay. March 13th, 3:34 p.m. Wild Wild West area. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. You gotta hurry, sir. Come on. What is it, detective? They found a blue badger costume down in front of the main gate, sir. What? Isn't that one of the kidnappers was wearing? Bingo. That's why you gotta come down to the main gate with me right now. If we hurry, we might still be able to get there before Wolf Boy does, sir. Alright. Let's make haste to the main gate. When do we see Will Smith? We must investigate the Oscar slap. That took 10 minutes. That took 11 minutes. All right. I guess it is a theme park. Probably takes a minute to walk. Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe? Just on the other side of the fountain, sir. Look, you're pointing right at it. You might need to get your eyes checked, sir. Was it out here in the open all along? No, it was discovered in the tall grass. No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly. Let's get down to it. What do we have here? Oh, it's another pendant. That's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, this pretty baby's made of platinum silver, too. Another pendant on top of the one we found in Mr. Deacon. Is it possible that these two... Hold it right there. Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? Arrgh. A pendant, huh? This is a very divisive piece of evidence. How can you tell? Look here and read off what you see. Lauren D. Lauren D's nuts. Canonically, the Gatekeeper Hotel is a location where 2 crimes happened. It was a call out to Watergate where a real scandal happened to the US president. So logistically, we name a theme park this. I didn't know that it was... I didn't clock that. That makes sense. Gate, water, Watergate. Lauren. Hey, it's a name that's in... Lauren. Hey, it's a name that's engraved on it.
Lauren D. Miss Pop's pendant. Ooh, was there like a little... Was there a little love triangle going on? Is that what happened? American So Watergate is one of the things that's just so basic. I didn't clock that. Though a lot of I will say a lot of the puns go right over my head, admittedly. I. Aha. We have you now, Miss Kidnapper. No, you don't understand. I. Lolly. Lolly? Okay, we might need a different nickname for her. That's... Lolly, I can't believe you are one of my kidnappers. Lance. You're kidding. Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers? Yes. It was me. I held Lance hostage. Wait, she's got a band-aid on her elbow. What's that about? So Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over. Hey, guys, case closed. I'm hit and miss with puns. It's also important how those names are pronounced, because that makes a huge difference. Yeah, true. Get the car ready, and I mean the special one for this young lady. Again, Mr. Prosecutor? What is it this time? You want a kiss? What? Maybe, but not now. Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. We found it. Found what? The officer's gun. They literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Despite being a pain, Lang does things to me. Yeah, he's walking around with the titties out like that. It's definitely something. Just look at how careless they are. Who are you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? It's all about being a wolf pack leader. Literally being a wolf, like, oh goodness, my intersexual ass is activated. I'll be good, I promise. Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Over a ring pop? To be honest, if my man gave me a ring pop as an engagement ring, I probably might shank somebody too. But I don't think she did it. Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it. Thanks for the confession. Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. We've got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? I do love when he does that pose. Miss Lauren Pops. Yes? I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. But why? I'm a kidnapper and the killer. My guy tried to propose with Candy. I tell him no so fast that blinking will look slow by comparison. It's crazy, dude. Isn't that enough? It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? Cherry flavor.
I've had a change of heart. Just like an antagonist in Persona 5, I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as the losing mutt. Oh, so he's a sadist. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear about all the evil deeds you committed today. Oh, I get a nice little background for this. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Where have we heard this one before? Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. Oh, well then, if that's the case, it's self-defense. Ace Attorney is the only world in the fictional universe that it makes sense someone confesses to murder and a prosecutor comes in and says, no, you didn't, and that's just okay to be argued. For real. There's always something to be gained by people confessing to murder. They'd rather go to jail for life for some, like, reason that is more important to them to keep a secret. And then it ends up getting exposed and it's like, well, okay. There. Are you satisfied? She just confessed to her crimes a second time. At least you had the guts, but not really a crime though. Ace Attorney does love to do this where it's like clearly self-defense. And then it's like, okay, well, can we just... That sounds... You know, that's fine. I remember getting so pissed off at that one case where the woman like just killed the guy out of self-defense. And she went to the slammer. I was like, that's not how that works. Like, I don't even know how it is in other countries, but I imagine it's similar, even if the confession is false, which so happens the trial will grill you, the judge and attorneys will grill you, but in courts. I think it was, I think it was the one they were at the, what was it? They were at the, it was the girl with the pipe. And the big beefy guy was the one who was accused. I think it was the first game, if I remember correctly. Was it 1-3? Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, I remember that case pissed me off because she was just like, yeah, the Steel Samurai. Yeah, and it was like, she clearly killed him out of self-defense because he was like coming at her, and then they were like, put her in the slammer. It's like, wait. I think there was one in like the 4th or 5th game that was also self-defense, and it wasn't. I don't remember which one it was, but I do remember that, and I was like, oh, okay. So I guess we're okay with it now. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I guess it's more convenient and more satisfying to like lock somebody up at the end of it. Yeah. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Miss Pops, is what you said really the truth? Yes, it is. If that is the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there's something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. Yeah, there's oddly so much shades of gray and also 0 shades of gray at the same time in the series.
I still love it though.
Hold it!
I'm just gonna press. I don't have any idea what the opening is here. How well did you know the victim?
I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house.
A few times, that's it?
Yes.
If they only met a few times, I don't see how they could have trusted each other.
But if you hardly ever talked, then how could he trust you not to steal his plan?
That's completely irrelevant. He was planning a betrayer from the very beginning. Yeah, it is. Which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena?
Yes. However, Mr.
Wait, I don't think that's the voice I gave her.
Yes, however, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself.
I don't know why I made her sound like Grimes, but... Or not Grimes. What the fuck is her name? Why did I say Grimes? Bjork. Huh. I bet he didn't see that one coming. Grimes, Bjork, same person. Not at all. Not my favorite unique proclamation, but it's fun to hear still when Lang says that. Not so fast.
Hold it!
You knew? How did you know something like that?
Yeah. Oh no. What should I do?
Okay, what's wrong with her now?
Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way? No, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you'll always be unhappy.
Or don't cut your hair over it.
Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare.
Yeah, that's definitely it. Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue with your testimony. Okay, he's a prosecutor. He doesn't know gentle. True. Phoenix Wright goes rough on him all the time.
Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Romano would pay anything to get his son back, after all.
Why did you believe that?
Anyone who knows Mr. Romano would think the same. I bet Lance is that old man's greatest treasure.
I suppose he would be to a doting father like Mr. Romano.
I always figured that was it too, and I was always envious of Lance for it.
Oh, because of your dad's. I don't care what anyone says, only 2 ships. Oh, Arguer Cannon and Phoenix Edgeworth is one of them. True. What is the other one?
I got this pendant from my father, and I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me into his arms, riding on the back of the Pegasus.
Sora Riku? True. True. I thought you were talking about Ace Attorney specifically, but I was like, Sora Riku? Then it clicked. That pendant, she must truly believe it to be the wings of a Pegasus. Was that her dad? Or like in general? Yeah. I've yet to play Kingdom Hearts. It's on my list, but one thing I do know is Sora Riku. When you walk away. Kingdom Hearts. I love that game. My favorite character is Donald Duck.
Hold it!
Would you mind telling us a little more about the plan itself?
Well,
I won't spoil anything, but I'll say this. Those 2 straight boys don't act that way. Exactly. One thing about two boys in a Square Enix game, they gonna be gay. And that's on period. It's not a Square Enix game if there's not two men in love.
Well, first we captured Lance. Ooh, how did you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. Here I thought you knew how to steal people away.
I shudder to think that she would do what she would do with such knowledge.
Sorry, I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
Why do you think he did?
I have no idea. Maybe he had planned on doing so from the very beginning. Miss Pops.
Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning? Was that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Okay, I'ma say this is what I'm thinking. And I could be wrong. But it's game theory time, alright? Because they brought up there's two of the same outfit missing. The two of the same costume missing. I'm feeling like she's gonna be like, oh, well, I thought it was him. Because the kidnappers wore the costumes. So she probably thought it was him. But I guess that could, like, she could have, like, maybe stabbed him. But it wasn't actually him, and then he, like, I don't know. I'm really just making this up as I go, but I feel like they're gonna do something along those lines. Like, she thought that she got him, but it was actually someone else. And maybe that was, like, the killer. I still think it was Lance, dude. I still think Lance is the one who killed him. And that he set it up so it looked like he got kidnapped, but then he ended up killing him. That's my game theory. Okay, that's just a theory. A game theory, exactly. Hello, internet. Yeah, I'm gonna raise an objection. They always do this. I mean, I guess there have been instances where, like, you get punished if you raise an objection, but I'm almost always raising an objection. I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely. Huh? I don't think Mr. Deacon... Can you face me? I don't think Mr. Deacon could have ever been capable of killing you.
But why? We were total strangers.
No, he's your dad secretly. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money. Let's drop my controller. Hold on. There are instances when you shouldn't raise objections, but it's in the grand scheme of things, like, statistically low. Yeah. It's like when somebody's like, if you raise an objection, yeah, it's like, if you raise an objection, I'll penalize you if it's not substantial. It's like, okay. But any other time, it's like, alright, this is definitely important. Miss Pops, you really are careless, aren't you?
What do you mean?
You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pops. Here's the pendant.
Why are you showing this to me?
So what about the pendant? This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are.
Take that!
These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree?
Hey, you're right. They're the same color and they're even made of the same material.
I believe that these two pendants are actually one. Shall we give it a try?
Wow, it's totally Pegasus.
But why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's? Hey, how do you know the material is the same? She's a thief. Of course she knows. You're a smart lady, even though I did just call you careless. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be. No, that can't be. Put the scissors away, damn it. So the two make a set. I get it's probably pure silver, but that is funny wording. Didn't they say it was I think they said it was platinum. It's just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. This MF really stupid, dude. I think all his brains went to his tits. Thank God I have brains and tits. They'll never take that away from me. You lack imagination. Where's your whimsy? Himbo, You lack imagination, Agent Lang. Very well. I'll show you with this evidence. Lang probably uses ChatGPT. Grok, what is... Grok, can you give context? This piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant? Is it the dossier? Canonically, ChatGPT wasn't invented yet, even... That's true. That's true. That is true. So he's just stupid for the love of the game. You know what? Respect.
Take that!
Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Devore, the name that is etched on the horse pendant. Why does that make him hotter? I think you just love a stupid man. Which, I mean, same. What? An alias? I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense given what is written in Mr. Devore's dossier. But what I really wanted to point out was this. I mean, if a man is stupid, he is dangerous for a teddy bear. This is true. Specific section is what reveals the true meaning behind those pendants. His sole daughter. Mr. Devore had one daughter. And her name is Lauren Potts. That's a lie. That person was not my father. He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? I don't know, Edgeworth. I mean, yeah, he's got a point, but like... there's definitely non-zero amount of cases in which a father has killed his daughter. I'm not saying it's right, but like... that's a little presumptuous. Edgeworth, that's his blind spot, is just like family cases, I guess. I don't know. He couldn't have killed her. He was her father. Actually, he did kill her, and we have the evidence. Oh shit. This is true, but there is There's a little evidence that he wouldn't do that, but I'll be quiet. Gotcha. Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping. And what is so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? Your thinking is much too innocent, just like you, and that beautiful body of yours. After I'd love to see what's under that suit. After all, I've thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well then, let's hear it. My body is only for Phoenix Wright, mind you. But I will ask him if he would be open to a throuple. What about me? What about me, sir? Quiet. I'll get to you later. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter, but isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amon. Earth just has a harem. True. Every man and woman falls in love with him. He really is just like, he's public property at this point. It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano, and the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? Only Phoenix has his heart true. He's romantically, he is taken, but his body is for all to enjoy. Kind of like me. Well, I guess I'm not romantically taken either, but the latter part. So this is the version of how things might have been. You don't have any proof that they didn't know of their true relationship, right?
And you're saying that the two of them committed the kidnapping together?
That's right. Yeah, I'm sure you have your own harem. Could say that. That's right, as one really rotten family. Is that really what happened? I'd better take a long, hard look at the evidence. Long and hard. The possibility. Alright. What do we got? My badge. No. Was it the love letter maybe? No. Although that is definitely something that okay. You have to acknowledge they are father and daughter. It's literally a fictional rule. If two pennants match up, you're related. True. They're the only two of their kind. They definitely weren't bought at like at a gas station that like sells like state memorabilia that have like 200 given names on them. Like Stacy and Ingram. For some reason, they have Ingram, but they don't have John. I hate when that happens. It's like, what do you mean there's not a Tony? I get Antonius, but there's no Tony? But you have Zaboomafoo. It's like he's a monkey. He's not even a real guy. Of course, that is also true. It's too personalized, but still the rule applies. I feel like, yeah, no, it's all like convenient. It's suspension of disbelief. I'll grant you. I love that. I'll grant you. It's like, no, you that just is the case. Precisely. And what father would ever willingly kill his own daughter? Again, come on, Edgeworth. Like, if you ever want to fool Edgeworth, kill your child. I'm not saying do it, but that's a good way to get under his nose. I've seen a lot of things in my travels, and I can tell you that being related by blood is sometimes proof of nothing. I actually agree with him. You think they knew? Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't. I mean, if we're not going to give suspension of disbelief to Ace Attorney, then the entire series is dead in the water, as every protagonist in the main series has a magic power. Yeah, true. True. Because he was on the lam? What? You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore, it was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. One is a butler, and one is the friend of the son, you mean? They probably thought that was their best shot. Is that what you honestly believe? Of course. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Oops. You mean how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives? Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair. The butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were in fact family. Yes, from the very beginning, they painstakingly practiced those roles well. I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary. God, I want to kiss him. Without evidence, we're stuck in a stalemate. He really made the, like, no, we can't, we're both boys. Edgeworth, aren't you, like, in your 30s? The concept of a man in his 30s. Saying, we can't, we're both boys. I love how, unlike Phoenix, Edgeworth never breaks a sweat and his arguments are true. Because Edgeworth is like, he's all composed. I feel like Phoenix has like, he's just winging it. His famous flubs. Agent Lay isn't wrong. Scenario is certainly a probable one. You better hurry up and do something, or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad. I know, but first things first. Is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? Was the crime really committed by the two of them? By this father-daughter pair? No. Because you're asking? So that means no? Edgeworth has confidence in himself because he thinks things out before he even enters an argument. Phoenix bluffs, but still it's cool when you see Edgeworth is all smug and you never needed to worry. Yeah, true. They both have their own ways of doing things. Isn't it possible that they knew that fact? Okay, so maybe that they didn't. It's no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Is the point I'm trying to disprove that it feels like I'm trying to prove that they didn't know? Or at least Lauren didn't know. Because Oliver, I feel like Oliver knew, right? Oliver knew that he was her dad, but not the other way around, I feel like. It's a pendant in the shape of a pair of wings. It's a rather nice aesthetic to it. Hey, nice to see that even you can appreciate its beauty. Things made of platinum silver. Oh, it's platinum silver. So it's both. I said a little bit ago he was protecting Lolly. Oh, God. Something talking about its shape, Kay. Oh, is that what you were talking about? But talking about wing shapes. I know the name is a play off lollipop, but yeah, definitely was not a. It's definitely not a writer in the room that was like, or I guess a localizer that was like, maybe I think the brooch on my scarf is way cooler. But that's not made of platinum silver, is it? It's handmade, okay? So I'm sorry that it's not made of the expensive stuff. She made that by herself? It's incredibly well crafted. Lauren D is engraved into this pendant. I see that they wrote out her first name, but why just the D? Maybe it's the result of poor planning? I guess. Well, at least if I had to shorten my name, I could make it K Faraday. That way, even if you just sounded it out, it'd still say my name, K Faraday. I suppose if I had to do the same, I would also abbreviate it as M Edgeworth. Medgeworth. Hold on, I think you should abbreviate it as ME. Get it? Who would have thought that this little pendant could stir up such a strange conversation? I don't know. I don't know. It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. After everything you did in this series so far, strange should be a dead concept too. That's true. Two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. I don't know, dude. I don't think she knew. But I don't know how to prove that. I feel like that's what I'm trying to prove, right? It's like she didn't know him. Or she didn't know that he was her father. We found it. So he was holding the pendant.
And this pendant was found in the suit, which she claimed it was hers, right? We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. Did he not know? Dude, I don't know. Hmm. I have faith you will get it. Thank you. I'm trying to figure out. He stole a gun from a guard during his escape. He thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite her surveillance, he is yet to show up. Lauren D. There's no coincidence that reunited pair became involved in the House of Well, not. I mean, I wouldn't say it. He's phrasing it like they both like willingly got into this situation knowing about each other, which I feel like is a little silly. I mean, maybe he did, but like she fell in love with Lance. So yeah, she got involved for that reason. I just don't. It's very presumptuous, but I don't really know. Like, there's a specific thing. And there's only so many pieces of evidence that can be based off of. All right, let's I'm gonna clear my mind of all assumptions. Probably not the prosecutor's badge, the Gatewater land pamphlet. I don't think this has anything to do with it. The Blue Badger Bible. Okay, so the okay. Okay. So we found the Mr. Deacon's pendant was in it. He was holding it, right? He was holding the pendant, I believe. Or no, he was wearing it. It was around his neck when we found him dead as a doorknob. So he was wearing his. Colin DeVore. Okay, that's kind of weird. Why was Lauren just Lauren D? Lauren D, but it was Colin DeVore. Okay. Kind of weird. Kind of strange. It's only one extra letter. I guess it's a smaller pennant. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Um, okay. Pending autopsy, preliminary findings indicate loss of blood resulting from a gunshot wound. Entry point, lower right abdomen. Exit point, right shoulder. The lack of blood around the body suggests that the victim was killed elsewhere and then moved, which implies there should be evidence of blood at the real murder site. Okay. She didn't really speak much about like what she did. She just said she killed him, which I don't think is true, but she just said that she killed him, right? She's just like, I did it. I did it. I did the murder. Um, is it what cost was he was wearing a costume, right? What costume was he wearing? She was wearing which costume was she wearing? She was wearing one of the blue ones. We'll get food, but I'm not gonna be far. Okay, okay. Letter for Lance Amano. My dear Lance Amano, may I come see you again? That's for Lance. His wife and sole daughter are. Who's the wife? Who's the wife? His wife and sole daughter are? Does she know her mom? I feel like she would have known, right? She would have known her mom. Maybe. Okay, it's not this. At least we can eliminate that. So it's not the dossier. Lauren D. Urgh. What the freak? Lang G says, what the fuck? It was no coincidence. I feel like it's this one. But what is it? But what is it? What was the outfit? I still don't know which costume. She was in one of the blue ones. Which costume is he wearing though? A blue, a proto, and a bad badger. Okay, so I'm gonna pull out the pointer. So the pink one. Okay, wait, this is also messing with my brain. So wait, the pink one, the pink one was still there. The only other pink one was used by Wendy Oldbag. And then they stole these three. Or wait, didn't they say they stole? What did they steal? A lot of aspects to keep up with here and it doesn't help the costumes are so similar. Yeah, I don't. They could have like separated them. They could have made like red badger, blue badger, green badger, pink badger. Kidnappers stole three costumes: a blue, a proto, and a bad badger. So do they not know? Because there were two variants of the same one that were stolen, weren't they? That's what the Isn't that what the guy in the Proto Badger costume said? I feel like he said that there were two. This kidnapping wasn't planned by just two people alone. Oh, right, there were three. What kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were three kidnappers. Three? 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's backroom. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But as for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. It all clearly points to a 3-man group, and I believe this 3rd person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. Did you say mastermind? Who? Who is the mastermind? I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. I think it was Lance. Lance Amato? Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see the face. There's faces, but 2. One was a woman. However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said. But, I know I only saw 2 people. This guy was being held hostage. It's possible you didn't see all 3 of them. He was the 3rd one. Ah, yes, about when you were being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? I really don't remember much anymore, honest. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? Was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room blindfolded the entire time. The kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran away from the room as fast as I could. Why is he still in handcuffs? Through the underground passageway, I presume. Are you okay? Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right? No, not quite yet. How can you not? Why do you look at me with icy daggers in your eyes? Because he's a prosecutor. Because they're all like that. I'll have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. And should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. There's a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers when I push a little. Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail? It was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm. And where were you when you experienced this calm? Our family garden, of course. When else could it have been? Well, excuse me for asking. This child is more princess than prince. Was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. Then out of the blue, someone from behind clamps a hand over my mouth. You didn't see your attacker? They must have used some drug to knock me out. The fuck? Because before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout already, all tied up. Hold it. By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct? Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape. Then you were in the same room as your kidnappers? They spoke in hushed tones, but I could catch bits of their conversation. It was definitely two people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared. I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move. The kidnappers disappeared? The room fell into a sudden silence. I've been left behind like an unwanted mutt. And what do you mean by unwanted mutt?
What a pointless question.
I kind of agree.
It's not like he's gonna tell you anything new, you know.
It's a poetic simile. You should learn how to use them too. You may look refined on the outside, but it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well. Then those cuffs on your wrists, I suppose you are still cuffed in that case. I am well aware of how I am chained to reality. I couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner. How did you manage to escape? I wanted to just get out of here, but the door leading outside was locked, which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape. I remember our escape to be equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go. Mustn't let it go unexamined. The door leading outside was locked tight, so I had to use the underground passageway. Did you now? Wasn't it just jammed? You say that the door leading out was locked, but was it really? Well, we're talking about the room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that it took quite a few men to get that thing open, right, Sheena?
Yes, that's correct.
Then take a look at this. What is that? A sword? It's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by this sword, which was used to jam the handle. Oh? Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, why did you not simply just remove the sword and escape? Why didn't I? I was disoriented. Yes, that's it. I didn't notice it. As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own. You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. And what would that be? A motive, what else? You honestly think that an uptight, pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself? Yes. Yes, I would. This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime. He owed money. To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is in fact a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance?
Ugh. Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man, huh?
All right. I give up. I've abducted myself.
Lance!
It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. We saw a case where we testified a ghost. True. I wanted us to be well off with that $1 million, but now that dream is over. Oh, Lance. Then you are giving yourself up. Yes, I planned to run away from this world with my lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you. Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money, that's my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. For a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up, while I left first in the blue badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Meekins saw was Miss Pops. But right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless, and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put on a bad badger costume, took the suitcase with the $1 million and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. I had no idea they were related, so I thought that it could only end badly. I still don't believe it. That person was not my father.
You know, $1 million is a bit of money, but I doubt it was enough to do all this. 10 million, sure. Yeah, $1 million is not enough to commit murder. I don't know what my price would be. I don't know if it would be any. Because you're risking, like, such a weird topic. But, like, you're risking... I mean, what is the likelihood that you get away with it? Right? You're, like, the average person. I don't know, the guilt alone would probably weigh heavily on me. Just, like, murdering a random person. I feel like I would probably admit it at some point. I'm not strong enough.
Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Huh? Lolly, then it really was you? What the hell is going on? Can we take the scissors away from the woman who's claiming she murdered somebody, even if she didn't? That man was not my father. Excuse me. Let's say you got $1 million, right? You could get a car, a house, that's about it. Yeah, in this economy. With 10 million, I could get 10 cars and 10 houses. Because of that stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. Miss Pops, you need it properly styled. Don't do it. There was a gunshot, and the other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life. I think the big picture is finally coming into focus, don't you? Lolly, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you.
So, Miss Pops, she shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was? If what she says is true, are you saying she's lying? Why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve?
You would be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
What I mean is, I wouldn't want to be in Hillary's position right now.
Did you just quote Tokyo Tony?
I sure did. What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. Okay. It's a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. That badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. But didn't he not have the gun? Or, well, I guess it could. Yeah. I thought he didn't have the gun. Okay, maybe not. Use the gun I got from Lance? Okay, let's press. Let's press. Please calm down and let's slowly talk through this. But all we have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search out the truth. Can you do that for me? All right. So, at the stadium... That was the ransom money, wasn't it? Yes, that's how I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It's all thanks to what Lance told me. And what did he tell you? Well, he called me on my cell phone. Late night when he need... Okay. And told me that Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and had run off with the ransom money. And about how he had a gun. The badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. Were you able to clearly see the gun? Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father, why would you try to shoot me? You really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't know. I don't want to believe it myself. It's true. My father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Uh-huh. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? I knew this was going to come up. I knew this was going to come up. I knew they were going to bring up his right-handedness. I knew it because I've played 6 of these games now, and I know how they work. Pointed straight at me, about to die, I thought. Thank you, thank you. Miss Pops. Huh. Please calm down and take a deep breath. And then would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time? Yes, of course. Uh-huh. Kept that right in the chamber. Just like that badger did. I have here a dossier on your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed. Then, the person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The bad badger has a model gun attached to his right hand. No, silly himbo. It wasn't attached to his hand because it was missing. Which is why the only hand he could have held the real gun with was his left. Isn't it possible that it went down like that? Anything is possible, Lang, but what you're saying is improbable. And when something is improbable, that's enough. In the eyes of the law, in the Ace Attorney law, that's enough. Agent Lang, were you paying attention to what Miss Pops was saying? Then again, I suppose I can't expect someone who has never set foot in court to catch that. Enough with the smugness. Out with it all. Oh, he's sweating. Oh. Sweating. Oh. I see. Got him sweating. Out with it already. Miss Pops told us earlier. There was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it.
According to you, the bad badger had the gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Pops? Yes, exactly. I'm sure it was the bad badger. It had those huge sunglasses on its face. But if that's the case, even I can see there's a huge contradiction. Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the bad badger, and yet the bad badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. It wasn't the bad badger? I don't know. Miss Pops, what you saw was not the bad badger. Think back and recall which character was it that leveled a gun at you. But it was wearing a pair of sunglasses and had that strange blue beard. That sums up the bad badger pretty well, I'd say. Too bad for you, but it looks like the bad badger was the mistake here. Yarr. Okay. Both hands were not occupied. Holding a gun in his right hand as he pulls the suitcase with the same hand. Isn't it possible for a right-handed person to do both things simultaneously? The reduction is full of one too many conjectures, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? What? God damn it. God damn it. I wonder what the answer is. They are both correct. Impossible. That just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. Miss Pops' entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if that bad badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? His weenie was exposed. This proves that there was a way for the bad badger to freely use both of his hands. The hole? Wasn't wearing pants. That's indecent exposure. Oh, the head?
Take that!
The costumes have two parts. The head and the body. Oh, I get it now. The head Miss Pops saw was probably really the head of the bad badger. However, it is not possible that the body was that of an entire... Is it not possible that the body was that of an entirely different badger? A different badger? Yes, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. Yeah. The body of the bad badger Miss Pops saw really belonged to this badger. The bad badger. It was the bad badger's body? The bad badger? You're a real laugh riot. You claim that the body was from a different badger, then... Oh, whoops. Oops. The blue badger. His head may have been the bad badger, but his body was the blue badger's. The blue badger? Hold on, let's see here. Who was it that had one of these on? I did. So did Officer Meekins, pal. Damn it. I'm losing it. What the heck is it? It's the proto-badger. Yes, and it's a simple it's in a simple matter process of elimination.
Miss Pops was wearing the blue badger's costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the pink badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that is left is the proto-badger costume. Miss Pops, who was the one who wore the proto-badger costume? That would be Lance. Are you saying what I think you are? That Lance Amano donned the bad badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon? On top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing that hideous thing? The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than that, a setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Pops and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so that she would pull the trigger. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have had to do all that, huh? There is but one reason, Lance Amano. You are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon. What? No. That's slander. Take it back. You take it back right now. Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand? I'm left-handed, but what does that have to do with anything? It depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker held a gun in his left hand. Ha! Who is what-handed doesn't prove a thing. And besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the proto-badger is bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right? Of course. Logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well, and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure that he wouldn't be hit by a bullet. It's capable of firing blanks. We found one half of a bad badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one that the victim was wearing, plus it was missing something. And that something is the model gun that the bad badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Miss Pops, where is the gun you used now? I threw it away into the sea. That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was, although I believe that we can safely assume that it was a model gun in question. I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I'm right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right, and that the murder at the stadium wasn't a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame. Please, wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance. She saw the victim in the state of being restrained? I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape. So Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right? We thought that it'd attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was done. He also stole the gun from me at that time. And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan and made up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes. Which means that the victim was still alive at that time. Would you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. You are sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw? Yes, I'm certain of what I saw. Did you go into the other room to check? Lance said that it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Cherry. Lance, he's such a kind soul. Then are you telling me that you did not confirm that did not confirm it was Mr. Deacon for yourself? I need a rest, but here, have this. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the crew. Get some sleep, my friend. I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a bad badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. That just had to be Mr. Deacon. She saw a bad badger head. The captain had a bad badger head on, so I'm absolutely sure it was Mr. Deacon. Can't you just switch heads? You silly, silly girl. Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all. Huh? The person you actually saw was this person. Was it me? Was it Miles Edgeworth? It was me. Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth? I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me even after I had handed over the ransom? It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at the time. Well, Lance, am I right? That's... You showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with a bad badger's head on. And then made your costume escape together, or so you pretended. Huh? What do you mean he pretended? Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape and then doubled back to the hideout, probably to come and remove the bad badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword, and then escaped via the passageway. Looks like he's cowering onto him. Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave? We've heard a lot come out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment, all that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that were the case, Miss Pops would still have seen me tied to that beam. I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really have no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, it would seem that you can't prove a thing. Yeah. Who said that? Please wait. Mr. Amano. Oh, Miles, my boy, looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others. Dad. Let's see. You're the one in charge of the investigation, correct?
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh, do you now? Is that what I think it is? It's the Bad Badger costume the victim is wearing, and a gun. I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. It appears that they were disposed of in the sea. Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law? There. Now, Agent Lang, please calm down. What the heck is that scrap of paper? This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says. What? The Chief of Police? What the? Just who does he think he is? The person who wields the highest authority in this area. Ho. There now. There's no need to be so upset. I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. Now. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you in anything, it's just a request. All I ask you that you please respect the laws of the land. I can't really say no to that, however, returning to the topic at hand, it doesn't matter who found the evidence. Its value remains unchanged. Alright, now let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back.
I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back, gamers.
What's so much fun about driving on the mountain?
What you think, doofus? You drive as fast as you can, challenging the corners.
The corners, huh? That's really the kind of thing you do for fun?
I wouldn't be doing it if it was boring. Look good, dude. Right? You're telling me you don't feel the unquenchable desire to tackle those raging hairpins?
Oh, no.
Oh, actually, let me turn my heater on. Gee. It's a bit nippy, isn't it? Ooh. All right. A special forensics research lab that I'm on good terms with conduct the tests. They verified that the blood on the costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren. What? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. With this, you'll have no reason left to push my poor boy around. That's it? These are the case-making pieces of evidence? I'll be the judge of that. What's this? Looks like there's something inside the costume's head. Hey, they sparkle. I bet they're really valuable. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. But why are they in there? This bullet hole. Looks like it looks kind of burnt around the edges. Wait, those burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is a most important fact. Why is that? Because it is proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. Could this gun be the actual murder weapon? Well, are these not the most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen? Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there. Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And they prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. The fingerprints on the weapon are... Oh no, this isn't helpful at all. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes. That may be all you can do, however. I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie. You wound me. Why won't you believe me even in the face of all this evidence? Why was she after... Was she after her life? Or why was he after her life? And why do you believe that the victim was set on taking Miss Pop's life? I suppose it's because he wanted to silence her. To keep her quiet because she knows the truth behind the kidnapping. In that case, why did he not target you as well? That's because he knew that if he killed me, he wouldn't be able to control my father. Ho, ho, ho. Right you are. Even if it cost me millions, I wouldn't have had the killer found. I would have had the killer found.
I believe he didn't kill you for an entirely different reason. However, I digress. Look, more than why you didn't kill me, I'm worried about what'll happen to Lolly. Those fingerprints, are you sure they belong to Miss Pops? There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I had the best forensic techniques money can buy performed. I find that to be a bit peculiar. What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pops' prints should be on that gun to begin with. The reason why Miss Pops' prints should not be on the gun is... she... in costume? Yeah.
Take that!
It's simply not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon. As while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume. Huh? But there's been no mistake. We found fingerprints. Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time? Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. Handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house. Retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Pops' prints found their way onto the gun. Do you understand now, Mr. Mono? The fingerprints did nothing to prove that Miss Pops is the murderer. But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Oh, Lance. What? No way. I'm incredibly worried about her. But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. What? How? The store that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true, because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. There was no blood.
Take that!
Never mind. Brackets.
Take that!
Let's take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then I believe you will see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it. The hole or the glass?
Take that!
The burn around this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range. Ah, so then you mean the murder Miss Oldbag saw at the stadium really was... Yes, she saw two people,
but they were separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Yeah. Look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is, then? Lance set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were at just before I was imprisoned was it the haunted house? I've got it. I know the real scene of the murder. The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed is here. The bow.
Take that!
I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely that the victim was killed there. The glass, the mirror fragments. These were inside the costume the victim was wearing, the fragments of a mirror. A mirror? And what does that have to do with anything? Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous. However, there is one place I can think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. That is the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house. After that, you stole the blue Badgermobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the blue Badgermobile was stolen confirms this as a fact. Miles, my boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do that. Be quiet. Yes, please do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Ernest Amano, correct? I mean you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you? I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mirror bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena! Wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house. You see, isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But, Agent Lang, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low. Probability? Lang Z says, on truth's path, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is, do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no. See? So since you don't have any, shut up! I don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people in the haunted house besides myself were Lance and Mr. Deacon. I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, and I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder. But now, Mr. Edgeworth? Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Because I don't really have a choice. If I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted. But you're not to touch a single thing, got it? That wouldn't be a problem. All that's important to me is that the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Sheena! I'm here. Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater Group's approval. Who was that? Now. Let's hold on for a second. There is no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano, Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this. What is this? Sheena!
It's the deed to the haunted house.
The deed? Read it out loud.
Gatewater Land Incorporated hereby bequeaths the property known as the haunted house to Mr. Romano for the lump sum of $1 million, paid in full in cash.
What? Oh. As you can see, I'm now the legal owner of the haunted house.
Okay. You kidding? What did you...
I ran into the owner of the park earlier, and we made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. That $1 million you paid, don't tell me it was... Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now.
You used the ransom money?
My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on.
Discuss? What is there to discuss?
Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course.
Yeah.
While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Amano was out there preempting us. Permission to search the haunted house is denied. And a discussion. Damn.
He sucks.
Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Mr. Amano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here.
He's the police chief?
Or no. It's just a rich dude, I guess.
What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever.
To be continued. We're be close to being done.
Ladder, final confrontation, ladder.
Okay.
If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it.
Hey?
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? You've forgotten there's only one thing you should do at a time like this.
And what is that?
When the people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. For I am Kay Faraday, the second of the great Yatagarasu.
But I thought you were a thief, not a hero.
The Yatagarasu is noble, and is always a thief of justice.
That's... Of course!
If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony,
you can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. We may be able to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. Agent Lang. So you want to use your little toy? Be my guest.
Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
Detective Gumshoe. Is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprint among the police's reference documents? Yes, sir. We got it just in case we needed it for the kidnapping case.
Alright, I'll put the haunted house data in then.
Hell yeah. What is this? Where are we? It's like we're inside the haunted house. Even if we can't inspect the real location itself, the path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth.
Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet? Maybe I have, and maybe I haven't. But I'm gonna make you do all the hard work. Very well. I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. The two of them were definitely in this place at the time. I can verify that. It may provide me with a new lead. I'd just come into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At that time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall. Eh? What was a badger doing all the way down there? I'd also thought it strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere. Do you know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette. In that case, I guess it's just a program a badger silhouette. I'll just program a badger silhouette in for now. Okay, programming complete. Then I started walking towards the exit. And that's when you were struck from behind, right? Yes. But that's odd. The hallway's a dead end. Where did your assailant come from? There's only one location I can think of. I believe my assailant was lying in wait here. He was the bee.
Take that!
That doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was, in fact, a costumed kidnapper. Oh, so he used the costume as the perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house. Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I can think of no better hiding place than this. Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal his tactic for myself. Just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay? Well, Lance? What are you asking me for? As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first. I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. He didn't set foot inside. Is he telling the truth, or is this another lie? Alright, then you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me. Yes, I'm sure it was him. Okay, inputting the new info now. Mr. Deacon was the Bad Badger, right? Since the Bad Badger had a gun attached to its right hand, I'll have to change it so the weapon is in its left hand. Now to verify the facts of this recreation. You didn't recreate the weapon. Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with? The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. But I doubt it was someone's bare hands. Okay, then where were you hit? Was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There's a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. Ouch, sounds painful. Why are you smirking like that when you say it? Just your imagination. Now let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. Or something the culprit could have used to hit you with. The sword? I have it. There's indeed one such object lying here in the hallway. Prop sword. You talking about this thing here? Yes. Although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes. It's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me. To leave no evidence behind, right? Correct. It may be worth a more thorough examination yet. Okay, so what test did you want to run on this sword? Dust for prints? We should first run a fingerprint analysis. But wasn't the person who attacked you wearing a costume? Oh, true. Somehow I don't think he left any prints on here for us. I suppose not. Curses. How could I have made such a rudimentary mistake? Spread our luminol test. It's possible that some of my beloved found its way onto this. Agent Lang, I ask for your cooperation in this matter. Like I have a choice. Sheena, call the lab boys. Understood. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless. So it must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you then, right? Okay, I'll have the recreation with this new piece of info. You know, the Bad Badger is pretty bad looking when you see him up close. Well, what did you expect from a character named the Bad Badger? And those sunglasses, wearing them in the dark makes him seem extra bad. Now I'm lost. Which meaning of bad does she really mean? It's me, handsome as ever. I have to say it's rather embarrassing to see myself like this. Oh, so what were you thinking about at the time? Phoenix Wright. I don't recall, but I would guess that I was thinking about the kidnapping. Really? Because I don't think so at all. Your face practically screams, I'm about to be conked over the head. If I had known that at the time, do you think I would have let myself be hit? Fair point. I was struck in the head exactly the way this recreation portrays. I believe that it would go against a certain piece of evidence. It's a piece that is deeply connected to this case. It's definitely worth a try. And in the next instant, this badger will swing his left arm complete with the weapon in hand. Yes, to club me with the left side of the prop sword. Did I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the pained expression on your face. It's just fine the way it is. Wait, maybe not. Is it just my imagination, or is something not quite right? That it's broken? Or is that is it the hand? It's got it in the right hand. Okay, I guess not. Finally, I found a clear contradiction of facts about this sword. Except for a bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side. The opposite side, huh? The culprit held the sword in his left hand, but the sword's right side would hit. I see, but the blood was on the left side of the sword, right? Which means that he used his right hand to hit you. Exactly. This prof sword has a large hand guard attached to the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, if it couldn't be the left hand or both hands, it must have been the right. I'll change the data to reflect a right-handed swing. Not yet, Kay. There's no sense in changing anything yet. You change the parameters to the right hand, it only creates a new contradiction. Changing the prop sword to be in the culprit's right hand would conflict with what? The dossier. To create a conflict with this piece of evidence. Are you sure? They seem kinda unrelated to me. Damn it. You changed the parameter. Okay. The gun? I mean,
Take that!
The Bad Badger already holds a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition. Hey, that's right. Then what now? It wasn't in his left hand or right hand. It means that the one who struck me could not have been the Bad Badger. Are you paying attention, Lance? Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me, which leaves only you as our primary suspect. Fine. It was me. I hit you. It appears that you lied to me yet again, but see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance. Wait, isn't Lance left-handed? Ah, yes, but that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. For you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult, but that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Okay, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind is Lance. Or should I say, the Proto-Badger. You got it. Here I go. Now we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. Alright, all I have to do is examine this new recreation and... And what exactly is so funny, Agent Lang? That amusing little gadget. It sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes, it was all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey, don't make fun of little thief, you mean old werewolf. He and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other. You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat by quietly, listening. But the crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. Huh? There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? When you put it that way, your suppositions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm gonna let you in on this. There's a trick to this haunted house. And what may that be exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce. Sheena. Here you are. Now then, what you missed, girlie, is written right here on this pamphlet. The 7 wonders of this haunted house. The disappearing... The 7 wonders... The 7 wonders... Fuck, I keep using the Sheena voice. The 7 wonders of the haunted house. The disappearing badger. What is this? I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics. And as you can see, they set a doll down at the end of the hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. How can this be? Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out of the window. That can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere? and then he laid down and pretended to be it instead.
The criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway. How could he hide a giant doll? You get it now? Thanks to your presumptions. Your logic started off weak and led you to a completely wrong conclusion. But get off your high horse.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey, I wonder if you could please input the new information for me. Huh? You don't know when to quit, do you? I can't quit, not until I can declare that I've found the truth. Agent Lang, for the additional information, you have my thanks. There you go again. See if I care.
Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. That looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden.
The slumped over badger was just a doll. Where was my attacker hiding?
That's what we're going to find out, right? So come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go.
Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. This blue badger is just a doll for use in this haunted house.
I bet the one who killed the blue badger was the bad badger, right?
According to the Blue Badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemy. All because one's an ally of justice and the other's a vile criminal with a gun? Perhaps they were just destined to battle each other. Much like the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate. I don't know if I'm ready to deduce yet.
You take a look around, it almost feels more like a house of mirrors.
Indeed. Who has ever heard of this many mirrors inside of a haunted house before?
Well, at least we know this is the real crime scene thanks to these mirror shards. Hey, wait, these shards, there's something different about them.
Oh?
The ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards from the mirrors on this wall. And look, there's some sort of design on the back too.
The pieces from that costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors?
This is where the proto badger shows up in our recreation.
Yes. Well, the question is, where did he come from?
Yeah, but there's no place to hide in our current model.
There must be an inconsistency somewhere. Maybe there's a secret entrance behind the mirror? Pieces of a set of armor are applied here.
Why do you think they almost always have sets of armor inside haunted houses?
I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a sense of the abnormalcy.
Why do all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth? I tried explaining it again, but this time so that even a thief like me can get it.
That may prove to be a most difficult task. Miss Pops, by my hand I will prove your innocence in the murder of Mr. Deacon. Therefore, please don't fret. It will soon be over. You not trust me?
That is... Your face is all beet red, Miss Pops.
No, I can't. I have Lance. Lolly, don't tell me you like that guy more than me.
That's...
Oh, why am I so pathetic? I'm so easily swayed by even a single glance. What exactly is she going on about?
I think you have another guilty person on your hands, Mr. Edgeworth.
Miles, my boy, what is the meaning of all this? Do you plan to pay me back for all I've done for you with the conviction of my son? I've not forgotten my debt to you, however, your son's crimes are a separate matter. Further, I can't ignore the truth when it's right before me.
You will regret this. I promise you that. No matter the outcome, I never regret the choices I make. Never? Oops. Lie all you want, but it will be all for naught, lads. As soon as I expose the truth, you will be placed under arrest. How can you do this, after all that my dad has done for you? What your father has done for me is unrelated to the charges you face now. Unbelievable. You know, you sound kind of like a bully right now, Mr. Edgeworth. If I'm not serious about this, he will never understand the true gravity of his crimes. Whoops. I will not allow him to remain a child forever. Now you sound like a dad. It's the proto-badger who struck me. I suppose I should really say that is Lance. Ooh, are you gonna get him back? I need not resort to violence when the lawsuit I plan to bring to court will suffice. Really? Because I would totally have decked him right back. If someone steals from me, I steal something from them. If I get hit, I hit them back. If I get paid, I return the money. That's the secret of how a great thief works. Her third statement doesn't seem to be much of a benefit to her survival. It's a replica of myself. You're totally oblivious to what was behind you, huh? Yes, I suppose I am also to blame for what happened. It was incredibly dark, which was all the more reason I should have been more alert. I vow to never be caught by surprise again. So have you noticed anything worthwhile? I have no obligation to talk to you. Well, I'm fine with just a little thief in solving this case. That toy, it's very well made. That's because it's the heart of the noble thief Yatagarasu. Okay, that may not be something you want to advertise to everyone. So Sheena, what exactly is the source of this extra-dimensional-like space? I believe this is nothing more than a projection from that girl's toy. So it's all an illusion, right? Yes. Hey, don't treat this like it's some sort of silly light show. Thanks for letting us use Little Thief. Lang Ji says, reject not those who seek the truth. So keep in mind that I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing this for the truth. Don't worry, I understand. We may have different methods, but our wish is the same. I can't believe what I'm seeing, sir. This space that I'm standing in, it's like some sort of crazy dream. Except that this isn't a dream, this is something Kay's gadget. No, wait, it's exactly like a dream, sir. I've never been so impressed, it's a miracle. Someone sure is easily impressed. I'm glad you like it. Oh, so this is a project of your gadget? Now I wish I had one too. Once this is over, I'll let you play with it for a bit if you want. You'll do that for me, pal? Thanks, alright. Let's wrap this case up already. It's times like these that I wonder if they understand the seriousness of this situation. Probably not. Alright, let's see. I don't know. Wait, is it on the wrong side? I think so. Hold on a second here. There's something wrong with this blue badger. Huh? Like what? The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? That can't be. Inputted the image data exactly as it is in the pamphlet. So then why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? How does that even work? The blue badger in the pamphlet photo is in reverse to the regular blue badger. But why?
Oh, I see. But there must be some sort of explanation. It's a house of mirrors. Okay, do you remember what you said earlier? I said earlier about what? About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors. House of mirrors? Oh, that would explain the reversed or mirror image. Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than the reflected image of a real one. Then was the blue badger you just saw a reflection? When I looked down this hall, I thought it was perfectly straight, just like me. And then I met Phoenix Wright. However, if there was a mirror... Oh, then it would actually form an L shape, right? Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black, and there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. Wait, but why build this place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Okay, this house is another attraction at an amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a very specific purpose, one I can point out to you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall. I don't know. Was it the blue badger? What's up, Y2K? My night has been pretty good. To make him seem like he was disappearing, I guess. It's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction. It's the mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean they built the mirror for that trick alone? But you said you saw the badger, so it was definitely still there. That was true at the time. Now, doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. Oh, I don't know. Wait. Thank you. His name's Garbanzo. To move a reflected image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. Then, beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be created. Oh, so when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror. When they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. This explains why the other side of these fragments have a design on them. Thank you, thank you. He's my little bean. This is... okay, I don't know. Kinda just like ham-fisting this at the very end, but alright. Ah, and if the pattern is the same as the other walls in this hallway, then when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. Huh? How so? Think about it, Kay. There's a place that was outside of my field of vision. The culprit kept out of sight by hiding here. In the hidden place. I haven't played this game. I played Danganronpa, but I love mystery games like these. It is somewhat similar to Danganronpa in that it is a murder mystery, but it's definitely a lot more, I feel like it's a lot more, like, low stakes, if that makes sense. Because I feel like Danganronpa, it's like, people, you know, like, all your friends are dying, right? I feel like in Ace Attorney, it's just like, some random guy dies, and it's like, okay, now I gotta figure out who did it. So, like, that part is similar, but, like, and also you're not, like, trapped, right? It's like, I feel like the stakes are much lower.
There's a very large blind spot, one I could not see beyond, and it was here. My assailant hid on the other side of the movable mirror. Then you wouldn't be able to see him. You didn't even need to do anything to the blue badger doll. Yeah, I just meant like the evidence and like solving cases. Yeah, for sure. Exactly. All he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror. Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. Yes? Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now in reality? Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it is. Yes. Most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? So we found these inside the victim's costume. That would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound. Leave the money and go. Now. That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I'd like you to input some new information. Don't scare me like that. Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me. Sure, whatever you need. So, what do you need anyway? You could first recreate this hallway just before I enter the dining room. You got it. Now this, I believe this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then I went inside. It was around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shattering. You heard what? Then, yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken. Okay, so then when you stepped outside into the hallway again, the mirror wall should no longer exist. Okay, please recreate that. Got it. Got this girl working overtime. Wait, but with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So where did he go in the proto-badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth? That's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. I think this about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything. No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head. Huh? Perhaps you did not notice, but this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. The inconsistency between what I saw and the recreation lies. Is it between B and A? No, it's the corridor, because they didn't see anybody. Okay, take a good look at the end of the hall. Oh, there's no blue badger there. Exactly. The blue badger that I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point on this long chain of logic. The last remaining contradiction. So let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right? And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger. It was Lance, right? Or... was it the bad badger? Or was it the victim? Here's the victim. The badger I saw was in actuality the dead victim's body. Yeah. What? Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. And you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. No!
Maybe it was due to their fighting, but perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken. Ha! You were in the house at the time, right? You telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot? There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time, all for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. Yeah. Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you, Lance Amano. I'm sorry. Tell it to the judge. SMH my head. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. See, that's justified self-defense. That's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest to you. Yeah, as if you were the one in charge of it. I don't know, I did a lot of the heavy lifting, so... Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight. Wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance. Dad? Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easy, Mr. Ernest Amato. You tampered with the evidence so that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. Grr. By the way, you know why I'm really here? And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? You wooed me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know. You came to see little old me? What's that supposed to mean? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano, about a case from 10 years ago. A case from 10 years ago? Oh, what's the name that you use here for that case? Sheena. It's known as the KG-8 incident. No. The KG-8 incident. Oh, so you remember it. Good. And you'll recall that the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring. Smuggling. There's that word again. At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Devore. Ooh. Ah. I bet you gave her an accent. Thank you. I feel like she's with that bob. She's got I feel like she's got like a little bit of an accent. Ah, father. Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Devore, I always suspected that you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. Devore was arrested in place of you, which is why when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret. For sure, love diva core. Now. Please calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be all ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice long chat. Oh. What the? Who the heck was that? Wait, what? This guy? Wait, I thought we locked him up. I'll take him down to the precinct if you don't mind. And who the heck are you? I'm Jock Portsman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jock, thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me off, I mean around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off of my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors, the whole lot of you. Are we just not going to address the fact that he's, like, scot-free? I thought we... Didn't this happen... This case happened after we arrested him, didn't we? Guys, arrest the two suspects. Sir. Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I got my eye on you. He just, like, slaps his ass. I see what you're working with, and I like it. Swing by my office later, sweet cheeks. This is extremely unprofessional. I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. And now, I think I'll fill something else, if you catch my drift. Actually, no, I don't understand. Hey, is that any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to temper with... forced Ernest? To tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. It's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amato in the smuggling ring, right? No, I would never do such a thing. What the heck? Our intel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. So Agent Lang suspected my relation to Mr. Amato. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? There were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors, too, are you? The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Oh, he struck a nerve. They might kiss. Sorry, Phoenix. Well, don't worry. It's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. Bro is racist against prosecutors. A prosecutor who never lost in 40 years. Every defendant must be found guilty. Fueled by that kind of thinking. Is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? It would seem that his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the courts, why is this man so angry with us all? Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. So don't you forget it. I'm coming too. Please, wait. Agent Sheena. Why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so? I don't fucking know. I'm just here to be a baddie. Lang is the head of the long-honored House of Lang in Zhangfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were of Lang blood.
What? So are you like Russian or something? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts. How can that be? A prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence of the Lang detectives found. That evidence's purity was tarnished and cost the Lang family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Okay, I'm going now. Even so, Lang will never respect the courts again, or any prosecutor. Ta-ta! So Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man. Oh, man, I forgot I'm still here. What a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim. We'd better catch up. Did this happen before? Maybe I was mistaken. Because Jim is alive. Jim got he got murked, dude. Thank you for the bit, Rito. Come on, Jim, we'd better catch up. Yeah. His one line. Yeah. We still gotta deliver that thing to the old man after all. Detective Gumshoe. I believe it's time we wrapped up and edited out ourselves. Yeah. You going home, Mr. Edgeworth? You read it a bit strange? What do you mean? No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's all right with you, can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir.
Excuse me.
Yeah? Who's this broad? What is it?
Thank you very much.
Oh, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective.
I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Cherry. Oh, cruel fate. What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves?
I don't know. Get a Tinder account?
And to think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure.
Me as fuck. Ah, there she goes again, talking to herself. Put this girl up in the loony bin. Miss Pops, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping.
No, I have no idea.
Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance, which means that from the beginning he had no interest in the staged self-abduction.
Wait, then why did he...
I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops.
Me?
Lance realized that the two of you were related. Which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Devore into cooperating.
Father!
As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. Kimura's face doesn't work? What do you mean? It just did. I watched it. I even reacted to it. It was all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind.
That is... Thank you very much.
You're welcome, although there is no need to thank me.
No, Lauren. Stop. I mean, this man's so much older than you.
Not that much older. But hands off.
Looks like you've completely stolen our away, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to go, sir. Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief. Huh? What are you going on about now? Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts. It's Mr. Edgeworth for you. Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. You haven't remembered in all this time. I guess I'm just gonna have to say it. This isn't the first time we've met, you know. What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth? How do you know this girl? Looks like you've totally forgot me too, Gummy. Gummy? Here, maybe this will jog your memories. I promised I'd return this to you one day, remember? That single piece of cloth took me back far into my past. To the fateful day 7 years ago when I first met the then child K and Detective Gumshoe. We're getting lower? Are we getting lore? Are we getting lore? We're getting Edgeworth lore? Oh, I'm so excited. I'm sad. I'm sad. I'm literally sad, dude. I need to know more about the Edge lore. Heard about Reminiscence. Let's go. Oh my god. We're getting the day he met Gumshoe. Gumshoe's gotta be one of my favorite characters, dude. I love Gumshoe. I do love a himbo. I gotta say, I do love a himbo. One thing about me, I like a himbo. It's true. You can't go wrong. Love the name Gumshoe. Dick Gumshoe. Richard Gumshoe. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. 7 years earlier. Damn. Oh, it's the judge. Oh. Who are these? Yeah, that's right. I did it. I killed the guy. But it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it. I asked the defendant, just what exactly are you trying to say? Don't you get it? I know the true identity of Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when you stuck in the embassy. Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is the Yatagarasu? Mr. Rell, I think we've heard just enough out of you. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You gotta believe me. Whoa. What? In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. Forgot how much I love doing the judge voice. It's baby Edgeworth. He's not really baby, is he? He's probably like in his late 20s. September 10th. All your voice impressions are P. Thank you. What's this guy? This guy on the left struggling to open the trash can. God damn it, it's jammed. September 10th, 3:20 p.m. District Court, 3rd floor lobby. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be... Oh, it's his first day, dude. It's Edgy's first day. as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Edgeworth. Oh, it's Von Karma. For those who don't know, Von Karma is basically like his adopted dad, but he did a very big murder. He is locked up, but I guess this was way before that. Well, I don't know if it was before that, because when he did the murder, it was like almost 20 years. It was almost 20 years since, like, because that was like the whole premise of it, was that they're about to seal the case, I think. Sir. Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know. Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career, I'm honored and proud. As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. That such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. There's a lot riding on this. Gotta do my gay little run. His smile. What's the matter with you? This is not good. I could drink a whole gallon. Oh, it's a water fountain. Oh, this is so good. Bro, what they putting in that water? They might need to check the water, dude. I've never heard of a water that tastes that good. Move over. Let me try it. Wait a minute. What's up, Stephanie? This is quite good. Oh my goodness. I've never had anything this delightful. Maybe I'll give him a minute. Does he plan on gulping an entire reservoir dry? Doing good, how are you? Excuse me, madam, but is something the matter? I just thought someone would have brought hors d'oeuvres by now. But this is a courthouse. It would be quite atypical to provide hors d'oeuvres here. Are you sure? Someone poured me a fresh cup of coffee last time I was here. What the heck does she think a courthouse is for? A model of the courthouse. It's pretty well constructed. He's so much better. Thanks for asking. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon. Hands and a face. Don't tell me this thing transforms. Yet I wonder for what other purpose could they have been made. Transformer courthouse? I guess they need a courthouse too. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. You've got a good eye if you can tell that I'm a prosecutor with just one glance. As there are always only prosecutors and defense attorneys in this lobby, I usually hit the mark if I guess one or the other while there's a recess. You were only guessing? Aren't these great? Daddy made all of these.
Awesome. But didn't you get fired right after you made them?
Ah, yeah, I did. I spent the same amount of money on this model as it cost to build the real thing. and my boss wasn't very happy with me.
Hey, Daddy, didn't you say you built a secret mechanism inside it?
I'll tell you about it someday when you're older. What the hell does that mean? A secret mechanism? Maybe he installed it as a payback for getting fired? It could be trouble. Now I'm curious. Luxurious and beautiful leather sofa. I must say every part of this courthouse is meticulously well kept. Although the positioning of this sofa puts one under the direct gaze of the judges. Gaze. Thinking about Phoenix now. Every judge in this courthouse's history has quite the beard, and has gallantly parted the beloved head of hair, I see. Is it just like... Is it just commonplace to be bald with a big beard in this courtroom? Courthouse? Being a judge must be a very stressful career. Egad, what a cold stare he's giving me. However, as a disciple of Von Karma, there is no option but to win. He's good. The power of his cold stare rivals my own. Oh, he's sleeping while standing up. The trial will resume shortly. Please wait a minute, sir. Was already well aware of that. Shortly, or in a moment. Which one is it? Be specific. A bookshelf, huh? A compendium of laws for beginners. I don't have the time to read this and second-guess myself now. What a nice bush. Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor, Byrne Faraday, gave the order. Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Byrne Faraday? He is a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense? He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court? That is nonsense, for no man is above the law. Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters. Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals, I see. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven. Have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor Byrne Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma. So, have you achieved a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. I memorized everything that is written down in the case files. Well then, explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you are talking about, and also we should probably bring the player up to speed. Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Cadopian Embassy. The victim, Mr. Deadman? His name's just Deadman. That's a rough name to have when you're in the I feel like in the Ace Attorney world, if you got a pun name like that, you might as well just hang up the towel. It's over before it even began. The victim, Mr. Deadman, was a staff member at the embassy.
The defendant in this case, Mr. Mackerel, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu had successfully infiltrated the Kodopian embassy as well. At first, Rail claimed that he himself was the Yatagarasu, but that he did not kill Dade Man. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight if he is found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's insanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly showed Mr. Rail as the murderer. The act of Mr. Rail firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitors' gallery. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to. By the real Yatagarasu, Burn Faraday. That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. Well, this may appear to simply be the murder of a Kodopian embassy staff member. People are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident. The second KG-8 incident? I'm very sorry, sir. I fear I've failed to study hard enough. Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Could you please enlighten me, sir? Alright, gamers. I think I'm gonna stop there. We're in case 4. Can you believe it? Welcome back. Maybe we'll go a little bit longer. Sir, what do you mean by the second KG? I'm so interested in this case. What do you mean by the second KG-8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. You've heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling. Correct. CCU. CCU was an employee of the Amano Group and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. Wasn't a Kodopian embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Yes, a Kodopian by the name of Manny Cochin was the suspect. However, due to lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Lack of evidence? If only I was in charge of the case, I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. To make sure that all criminals were found guilty. My mentor really is dedicated. Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 incident as well? That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization. And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was about to testify. You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same as they did in the KG-8 incident. So that's why it's being called the second KG incident. KG-8 incident. Excuse me.
Yes. Yet there is one difference between the two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief that is setting everyone into an uproar. The great thief Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu. I better find out more. Alright. I'm gonna go. We'll be back tomorrow. I think we're gonna play more Hollow Knight, because I'm feeding for it. Go check me out on Discord and all my socials. Love you guys so much. See you tomorrow. Take care of yourself, as always. Ciao. Oh, bye, everybody. Boom, 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 boom. Edgeworth is in my room.